10 months pog. Hassle. Got the confidence to do my nails thanks to you, Hasan. Hasan and chat. Bestie. "5G microchip gang has buff." Arjan? Pogo. finished with my vaccine, my muscles doubled in size, PP grew 10 inches, women still are repulsed by me, I need more vaccines, chat PLS help. Pogo. 7 months of extremism, boys. Let's go. Pogo Arjan. For 17 Moss chat. 90 days when? Eight months Bog, love y'all. Is the vaccine supposed to make PP bigger? Why is there not big PP vaccine yet?
What's going on, everybody? Hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker, and this is the HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from very dark, very gray California, Los Angeles. We are live and alive, though, folks. And I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic day. It is Thursday, May 13th, 2021, 11:25 a.m. And I am a little late, just a tad bit late. Apologies for that. And the reason why I'm 10 minutes late is because I was on the phone, my realtor, real estate agent, whatever.
Now that you are vaccinated, want to go right?
That vax didn't knock you out. It fucking sure did. It sure did. I'm gonna talk about that. This is the part of the broadcast where I talk about my personal news first and foremost. While I am still loan shopping and trying to, you know, put fucking injections into my credit score in an effort to get a fucking manageable interest rate for the kind of loan that I need. While I'm doing all that, on the side though, I have already put a fucking offer on a house, and it was quickly countered. But apparently there's another person who also has an offer on the house. So, you know, we have we put a counter to the counter with a deadline. So HasanAbi, more like HasanAbi, potentially. I mean, obviously I could still I could still pull out ultimately from the situation if I don't find like a decent enough fucking loan. However, having said that, that's the situation I'm in currently in my personal life. But I did get fucking Moderna'd yesterday. Okay, I did get Moderna yesterday. Are you going to cover any of the Israeli-Palestine conflict? Nah, dude, what is that? What's the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, dude? What? It's crazy. This actually goes to show you literally that like you can unironically cover a story for every waking hour of the day, and there will still be motherfuckers like, well, you just started the broadcast. I assume you're not going to be covering Israel-Palestine. Like I haven't stopped covering. I have not stopped covering it for a week straight now. Like since before fucking big like mainstream media outlets were even getting on board and like covering it and offering it coverage. Like this is absolutely crazy that like dudes are still out here like, dude, I don't know what the fuck you're doing.
Hello, I was banned from your Discord for saying Maine Coon cat when sharing cat pics. If I could be
9 hours of Israel-Palestine coverage where you say the same things to new chatters as they come in. Yeah, as I like keep fucking having to repeat the same points over and over again, like hey, you are defending an occupying force that is colonizing and ethnically cleansing Palestinian people who are indigenous to this land. No, I don't think Jewish people should not have no, I don't think that like Jewish people don't deserve to have a homeland. Obviously I do believe that Jewish people deserve to have a place where they can live. It's just that you can't do that on the backs of Palestinian people that you're fucking causing endless amounts of bloodshed and cruelty to. Let's just get it out of the way, you know what I mean? Like let me just I think I should just like do a fucking 10 to 15 minute rant, okay, addressing all of the most common talking points, okay, and then I will just play that on repeat over and over again for all the people that are like coming in and saying like asking the same exact fucking questions. Anyway, at least you didn't pull an all-nighter after getting your second dose. That shit makes it 10 times worse. I'm gonna talk about that. I haven't even been able to fucking... Oh, don't forget your feelings about China. Oh, yeah. So...
Okay, champ. Thumbs up. Chat is kinda cool. Okay, champ. Thumbs
fully
up.
vaxxed people don't need to wear masks indoors anymore, according to CDC. Oh, fuck yeah, dude. Big news, boys! Okay. There's a lot of news to cover, but there's also like personal news that I still need to talk about, but fuck it, I'm tweeting it out. Wow, this is unheard of. 14 minutes in and he's already tweeting out that he's live because there's so much going on, dude. So much.
Moderna gang rise up.
Daycare is open. Talking about Israel's war crimes.
Hi, Hassie.
Did I say it like that? I don't know. I always want to like dial it back a little bit on Twitter because then fucking Twitter will clap me. I have Invincible thoughts that I need to talk about as well. Invincible was so good. Oh my God, I finished it last night. But yeah. Talking about Israel-Palestine. My experience with the second Moderna dose. I had fever dreams last night. Fever dreams. What else? What else are they going to talk about? There I have so much going on. My experience with the second Moderna dose. My thoughts. Okay. Thoughts on Invincible. This is so slammed. It's so packed. Thoughts on Invincible. And then we got fucking Subnautica coming later too. Shit. There's just a lot going on today. Thoughts on Invincible. What else? Vaccinated Americans can go maskless. So many news. Get in now. www.twitch.tv/HasanAbi. Okay. You need to hire a We Are Live tweet writer. No,
morning. You make these dark days bright.
Yeah, we're gonna talk about the gas shortage as well, obviously. Joe Manchin's dumbass not voting in support for the People Act. You and Will should read more reviews of the podcast. Haha, shit was gold. Oh yeah, fuck. There's so much going on that I literally forgot. There's so much going on that I actually forgot that we also have the second episode of the podcast that's out, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to talk about that a little bit too. We'll do a little teaser for that in a second. But I want to talk about my experience with the second vax shot. So I went and I got vaxxed up yesterday, as you guys know, and the forced feminization is almost complete. In the next 2 weeks, I'll be able to go outside. I watched it with offline chat. Bro, you guys can't don't stream it with offline chat. What the fuck? We need more streams, motherfucker. That's like eliminating 1,000 streams. Even if you listen to it with offline chat, go listen to it on your own as well. Stream that shit. What are you doing? God damn it, dude. Offline chat. What the fuck are you guys doing? To be fair, it was like 40 people. Okay, good. Hey, Polymatter has a few videos on China. It would definitely be pretty good if you want to talk about China. Definitely give them a watch. I definitely don't want to talk about China. Why the fuck would I want to talk about China right now? Okay. So. Says dude who reacts to videos with like 30k people. Yeah, but the 30k people, some of them are going to go and fucking watch that. Some of them are going to go share it with their fucking friends. That's good because it's not my video. But if it's my podcast and it's my audience, then I want my audience to, like, you know, fucking stream it. Isn't that what the BTS stands do? Like, you know, they say stream Fear and Malding everywhere they go. This wouldn't have happened if you streamed, you know, Fear and Malding. Like, that's the kind of energy that I want. Not true. I literally just watch her react. Okay.
Whoopi, I love Hasan.
Anyway, we're gonna talk about Joe Biden's fucking insane and horrific, monstrous take as well. Don't worry, and the Bill de Blasio one too. We're gonna look at like fuck. There's so much. We're gonna look at like we are going to look at the other shit too, like the. We're gonna look at like some of the greatest governor / like mayoral campaigns to get people vaccinated. I personally love Ohio. Like I think the Ohio campaign is the best. We're gonna talk about that as well, and also the gas shortage in North Carolina / the East Coast / the South. Anyway. So what happened with my second shot? So I got it yesterday, as you guys already know, and immediately started streaming, and I was in a really fucking good mood, right? And then after a while, I got TTS is off already. After a while, I started feeling really loopy. Like towards the end of the stream, I was feeling really, really loopy. I was like a little tired. I did drink a lot of water. Please stop saying, did you drink a lot of water? Like, yeah, no shit. I drank a lot of water. Okay. I literally fucking drank the most water. No one has ever drank more water than me. Please stop asking. Okay. So, so I drank a fuckload of water, but I still felt like kind of tired. And I was just like, you know, you can see from my posture, I was getting pale towards the end of it. I got really tired and really loopy by the end of it. So I ended the broadcast, and then my parents immediately came over. They were like, oh, fuck that, dude. This is time to do some fucking parenting, dude. Are you kidding me? Like, parent mode activated. They like fucking, they were like basically waiting, I guess, for me to beat a situation like this. Like, I don't know. They're like, no, we're staying over. We're fucking staying over, dude. We're fucking doing it. They came in with their bags like immediately, which is very cute, which is very nice. You know, I took some Tylenol towards before I like fell asleep, like right around the 10-hour mark, I started getting like uncontrollable shakes. You know what I mean? Like just when you're getting a fever, just like I started shaking a lot. Like I started shivering a lot. And then, you know, that came and went in waves and stuff. So then I finally went to sleep, and I had the most insane fever dreams, dude. I had the most insane fever dreams. You know what I'm saying? Like, ultimately, it's nothing. It's like, it was still like, you know, I fucking burned through it. Like, I slept through the worst parts of it. I don't think it comes back. I think I'm like a lot better now, right? But I was just sweating like a motherfucker when the microchip, I guess, activated, right? But I got the Moderna one, the second Moderna one. So basically, I'm gonna tell you a little bit about the fever dreams to just like motivate you, or not motivate you, but to explain to you where my fucking head's at, bro. And I have no control over what I dream of, so don't make fun of me or don't get mad at me. But I was in Palestine, and it was underwater, and it was basically Subnautica. And like, I was escaping like Israeli bombs with a sea glide. Like, that was what I like woke up to in the middle of the fucking night, with like shaking and shivering and fucking just wet. So yeah, I had the fucking handheld sea glide from Subnautica, and I was like evading. I was just like evading Israeli bombs in Palestine. That was my fucking fever dream. So. So I don't know what that says about my brain, but did you see the Colonial pipeline was shut down on purpose because they couldn't figure out the billing? What? No, hold on. Anyway. Wow, you'll cover the conflict in your streams, but not on stream. Okay, shut the fuck up. Bro, you need to go on runs or bike rides or lift weights or some shit. Oh, thanks, nerds. Do it. NDLBRII. I had literally not thought about doing physical activities, man. Oh shit, just kidding. I literally go to the gym every fucking day. Shut the fuck up, bitch. Anyway, so that's where my brain is at. You know, when work carries over into your dreaming space. So that's where we're at as far as like my personal news. I think that concludes it. Oh, last thing. I watched Invincible, and I'm just going to show you guys a trailer of Invincible. Dude, it is so good. And it starts off kind of slow. It's on Amazon Prime. Okay, hashtag ad. But it starts off a little fucking slow where you're like, this kind of sucks, whatever. Or not this kind of sucks, but like, I was just like, my expectations were, because everyone just kept telling me like, it's just like The Boys, bro. It's just like The Boys. It's just like The Boys. My expectations were really high for it. Okay. When people said it's just like The Boys, I was like, well, that's literally one of my favorite TV shows. And perhaps the greatest fucking superhero story I have ever watched or experienced or whatever. So I was like, you know, I'm not going to give you guys spoilers. It took a while. Despite the gore, it's sort of like the optimistic version of The Boys. I quite like it. It's not like The Boys, to be honest. Two sides of the same coin. No, I'm gonna tell you guys why it's like The Boys and why it's not like The Boys. So the reason why I personally love The Boys is because it's unironically realistic. Like, it's the most realistic superhero movie or TV show you can have. And what I mean by that is, like, usually when we have superhero movies or whatever, there's like two different types. Either they're like fucking literal gods, or they're just like you, but they're still literal gods, right? No matter what happens, like, they're just like you, they joke around or whatever, or they have like ridiculous ways of speaking, and they're still literal gods. And that's what they are. Superheroes are supposed to be like demigods, right? So, but none of like the Marvel DC universe ever shows you what like the human casualties of even superheroes, not villains, like superheroes doing their regular jobs look like. Whereas in Invincible and in The Boys, you actually see that. And I think that that's fucking dope, right? That's like gritty realism that you see because you see like the actual consequences. Okay, Watchmen doesn't fit. Just stop. Just obviously I'm referencing like MCU and DC shit. Okay, stop. Yeah, Watchmen is different, but even Watchmen is not the same. Even Watchmen is not like this. We're both Invincible and The Boys, and this is why they're similar, show you how fragile we are as human beings in the face of like literal fucking gods, right? Like it shows you that you're nothing. Like a fucking, like a Superman type like character could just like literally fucking flick you in the head and your head would explode, right? Or when they're trying to stop an alien invasion, like they're fucking tossing shit around and there's human beings there and those human beings get fucking yeeted by cars and all the debris and all this other shit, right? Like, but they never show that on DC and Marvel stuff. And the reason why they don't show that, with the exception of like the trope of the school bus being being seesawed on top of a fucking broken bridge or something, just so the superhero can come in, swoop in and like protect them or not. Without those like exceptions, in most like MCU shit, they often don't show like the human casualties in every single circumstance. Like they will, when a human casualty is shown, it's a plot point. It's like an important, profound moment. Whereas in The Boys and also in Invincible, human casualties are consistent. Like you literally see it all the fucking time. You see it so much. They're ants. They're basically being treated. We are basically being treated like ants because that's how it normally would be, right? So you can say like, oh, but they do. But like, dude, Batman is a great example. Like Batman is literally a fascist billionaire vigilante. I love Batman, but Batman is literally a fascist billionaire vigilante who beats the shit out of like mentally ill people. And he doesn't kill anyone. It's like, motherfucker, he's literally snapping backs. Okay. He's killing so many fucking dudes. Oh, I don't kill anyone. Like, no, shut up. Okay. And you never see it from like a human world view. You only see it from the world that they create for you, a world in which like superheroes coexist with humans, and like you rarely ever get to see like the human side of the superhero existence. Batman's superpower is white privilege. So in The Boys though, there's an additional layer that still makes it better than Invincible in my opinion, and that additional layer is obviously like American imperialism, capitalism, like late stage capitalism, and it's like gross commodity fetishism. Like all of that is literally just straight up baked into the plot. So obviously that's the reason why The Boys is one of my favorite shows of all time, right? Invincible, on the other hand, doesn't have that. As a matter of fact, in areas where they do have politics, it's like kind of fucking lame. It literally feels like there's a seismic I'm not gonna spoil anything, but there's like a seismic villain, right? And he's a doctor, and he literally he just sounds like it sounds like they're making fun of an environmentalist. Like they made him like an environmentalist who's like an environmentalist terrorist, like, and he's a PhD in seismology or something. And it was kind of odd. Like I don't know why they did that, why they chose to do that. I didn't like that at all. So you still haven't given your review on Jupiter's Legacy? I didn't finish it. I watched the first episode and it was so trash. So like it was funny, but it was like it was kind of odd. Anyway, so I really loved everything else about it though, specifically because like Invincible straight up fucking shows you the most gruesome shit. Like At first I thought this is like, so this exposition is just like over the top with the gore, and I think they're trying to be like they try to like create it in a similar capacity to The Boys. I mean, these are both comic books, so like obviously they have their own style, so they're following that style guide as best as they can. But I thought they were taking liberties with like the gore, because it felt misplaced at first, because it starts feeding it to you. Like, you don't really see a lot of human casualties at first, and then you're like, oh my god. There's a point towards the end where you're like, oh my fucking god, this is nasty. Just for that alone, I'm not going to spoil it, but just for that alone, you should watch the entire fucking season. It's really, really good. It's really, really fucking good. Yeah, Pepe Le T, dude. That shit is like, it broke me. You already spoiled it? No, I didn't. So let's watch the trailer. You're not gonna, it's not gonna reveal too much, so it doesn't matter.
Come on.
Knock it off, Todd.
I think Amber's been pretty clear about how she feels.
I don't have Amazon. It's Amazon Prime. Just fucking, what are you, stupid? Just steal it, dumbass. What do you mean you don't have Amazon? Who gives a fuck? When have you not been able? You have more access to being able to fucking pirate shit than ever before, and you're gonna sit here and cry about like not being able to stream a show on the internet? Are you fucking stupid? Do you also not have fingers to be able to type on Google? Like, I'm so confused. You literally have the internet. Like, that is an insane thing to say. Okay. Anyway, I, of course, would never tell you to pirate an Amazon Studios movie. That would be crazy of me to do, considering that I have done ad campaigns for Amazon Studios movies like Borat or watch parties. So, yeah, of course, I would never tell you to do that, but you would be kind of fucking dumb if you had a problem not being able to find something if you don't have access to it on the internet. Anyway. I also bought The Mayor, and I fell asleep watching it last night. I can't wait to watch it, though. It's beautifully shot. Oh my god, what a fucking beautiful, like, it's like a documentary, but it's so fucking art house at the same time. So the mayor of Ramallah. So that was really good. Did the animation style bother you at all? At first I was a little annoyed, but I really actually liked it. So
I'm nothing like my dad. I want to be just like you.
They had incredible voice actors for this. Like, they have some of the greatest. They had fucking who's the guy that does Rick and Morty? Is it Dan? Is it Dan Harmon that does the Rick voice? Like, they had literally like everyone, dude. They have insane, like, anyway.
Your power's got to be due any day now, son.
Morning. I'm scared, Dad. What if I can't do this?
Follow me. Slow down. Land. I said land. Stop! Get up.
I'm actually getting used to this a little.
That's not good.
You need to be better. After everything he's done, how can I live up to all that?
You need to decide what kind of hero you want to be.
That was you in the blue and the yellow. Why don't you?
I'm literally like Rule 34 Adam and Eve, by the way, all the way. Insanely hot. Like, greatest character of all time. Straight up, yes, 2D women over 3D women, like, all day. They made her, okay, shut up, dude. I literally have fucking, motherfucker, I've jerked off the tits that I've, like, drawn myself. Shut the fuck up.
The team after
It's not a minor, she's 18.
Count on you in the future.
Yeah.
They made her really good. They made her really compelling. They made her like a great, they made a great character out of her. I didn't really like, I didn't really like the girlfriend as much. Or she's 19, she's not even 18. I think you guys mistook this for a anime. That's why you're like thinking about it from that point of view. Because you know, in animes, they deliberately will fucking create like fully developed female characters and then specify that they're 17. They're like, no, this is a character that's literally 16. I need you to know that. I will stress this point. This character is 16. Like, as though that's anyway. We're you know my fucking gripe with this shit. It's like, dude, you could literally just say they're 18. Like, you could literally just say they're 18, and Japanese people are like, no, I can't jerk off to it. Then, like, what? Like, I'm confused. What do you mean? Why do you want to make the character too old? Like, that's so weird. Anyway.
Son, we need to talk. What I'm about to tell you will change everything.
If you haven't seen this, you have no idea. Oh, this is kind of what I was talking about, though. Like, you'll understand what I mean by this. But like, these aren't spoilers. If you haven't seen it, you have no idea what the fuck's going on. So don't worry. But
I wasn't ready before. Now I am.
You being a superhero is the coolest thing that's ever happened to me. Now take me flying or I'm gonna tell everyone you're invincible. Sorry, not sorry.
I literally don't like Amber either, by the way. I just think that she's like impossibly like a good character that has the most ridiculous expectations. Like, it's just like, why did you do that? Like, why would you make a character like that? Amber gets so much undeserved hate. I really like her character. She was there. I mean, it's just like, there are, I don't want to fucking spoil it, okay? I don't want to spoil it. I don't want to say spoiler alert because like, I will usually hype up a fucking show and then you guys get really into it. And then I like spoil it and you're like, start crying, okay? It's because she's black, isn't it? Yeah, that's what it is. It's just so... I don't know. I just don't bitch. I'm about to watch shit. No. I don't care that like you know, in the cartoons or in the original comic she's like white and now she's black or something, because they probably tailored her character around her black identity. But there are like really annoying things that she does where you're like, this fucking does not make sense. Like, you have a hyper, I can't spoil it, I just don't want to, but like, you have a hyper realistic fucking universe. And then that person would never react this way within the confines of a hyper-realistic universe. There's like a turning point where I was like, okay, dude, like, that's insane. That's literally fucking insane. Like, but like I said, this notion that the original, yeah, Love, Death and Robots was sick too. I'm excited to watch it. I subbed yesterday to send a link, but I didn't get the chance. The situation is getting worse. Israel's moving tanks into artillery range. Yeah, we're gonna talk about that. Hold on. It's just spoilers. No, don't. Just let's not talk about it, okay? Because I really liked the show. I really liked it, and I think people will appreciate it as well. And I'm gonna fucking spoil it on accident if I keep going. But anyway, it's really good. It's a little slow in the first 2 episodes, but it's a little slow in the first 2 episodes, but it's fucking worth it. It's fucking worth it. It gets really, really, really good. I have no idea when the when the next season comes out. It's fucking annoying though that like, it's my least favorite thing in the world when I like get sucked into a show and then you just like run through the first season in like literally 2 days, and I'm like, fuck. My fucking Pyrrhic stone fell, and so did my PlayStation 5 controller. It's a sign. Yeah, it's really fucking annoying when you get into a show and it's just got like, the show literally has a character who looks 13 but is like 25. It's an anime. Yeah, that's true. That is real. That is a real thing that is in the show. Anyway, it's not even a spoiler. It's like it doesn't like play like that. Reveal is not like a reveal or anything. They immediately tell you that, so don't worry. But so before we get to Israel-Palestine, because it's going to literally consume the entire fucking news cycle, let's get started with some good news. Let's get started with some good news, which is vaccinated Americans now may go without masks in most places, the CDC said. That is the most pog news that you can have, boys. That is some fucking poggers ass shit, dude. That gets me very excited, okay? White boy summer. We're back. Eid Mubarak to all the fucking faithful and non-believers alike. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's Muslim boy summer. And also it's white boy summer. We're out here. We're fucking kissing sidewalks, dude. I'm going to take this fucking mask off. And I'm going to kiss sidewalks. I'm going to lick fucking telephone poles, dude. Let's go. Trump rallies. Hank Piker. Happy Eid to the Muslim besties. No mask is not good. What do you mean? Bro. Dude. Okay. I did not expect to get to a point where liberals would be playing the role that conservatives were playing early on, where they were like, oh no, I don't care about like what the epidemiologists believe. I'm actually going to keep wearing a mask now. Like, even if epidemiologists say you shouldn't. If you want to wear a mask, go ahead. But like, I literally did not understand how we were going to get to that point where it's going to be difficult to sort through who's vaccinated and who's in without a vax passport, though, right? Yes, this is true. In a sharp turnabout from previous recommendations, federal health officials on Thursday advised that Americans who are fully vaccinated against coronavirus may stop wearing masks and maintaining social distance in most indoor and outdoor settings, regardless of size. I think they should also put a fucking vax passport system, implement a vax passport to literally fucking force people to get vaccinated. Straight the fuck up. I think that they should force people to get vaccinated by incentivizing them, which we are going to talk about in a second, because there's some really funny ways that they're incentivizing them. And also by saying, if you don't have a vaccine, it's free, it's readily available. If you still haven't gotten vaccinated, sorry, sucks to suck. You're literally not going to baseball games. You're literally not going to football games. Suck my dick. So, I 100% believe that, so we can start getting people to do it. And then there's also the positive incentivization, or the positive fucking marketing of like non-mask wearing, or a return to normalcy for non-mask wearers. You know what I mean? Like, that's why I'm, this is too soon. Don't even have half of the adults fully vaxxed. Going to cause a spike in cases. Should have waited like 4 weeks. Think it should be more appropriate. We're at 50% of adults fully vaxxed where I'm at, and cases surged when they opened up indoor dining here in spite of that fact. Okay. Well, if the CDC says it's good, then I'm on board. Okay. Sorry, boys. I'm just a fucking believer in the CDC. Okay. It still kind of doesn't matter, because most of the places are probably going to still have indoor mask mandates. Most of the places are probably still going to enforce indoor mask regulation if you're living in like fucking California or some shit like that. Everyone giving their opinion. Where'd you get your medical degree? No, I have 1,000 epidemiologists in the chat currently. Okay. But it's like different. Disregarding the CDC in a way that hurts people is much worse than disregarding the CDC in a way that makes you feel safer and doesn't. Yeah, and that's why I'm saying it doesn't really fucking matter if you want to wear a mask, but you know. should start to wear masks. An anti-vaccine conspiracy about the vaccinated are leading some anti-maskers and anti-vaxxers to contemplate wearing a mask and social distance. Okay, good. This looks like people are obviously going to lie about... So that's what I was going to say. This is going to create a situation where people just like lie about fucking being vaccinated, which is annoying. So they should not do that. So that's what's fucking annoying. But those people are not going to wear masks. So again, those people were never wearing masks. They're not going to wear masks, and they're not going to get vaccinated. So these restrictions, getting unshackled, do not move the needle in the way that you think it does. This is for people like myself and people like a lot of you in the chat who have been double vaxxed already and were still worried or wanted to make sure that you have like a fucking we're being as protective as possible. Okay. The liars will get murked by COVID? No. The liars will not get murked by COVID. I think people still don't understand it. I think people don't understand how far into COVID we are and how little people still understand how COVID spreads. Mask wearing is specifically so that you are courteous to others. Like, that's the primary function of mask wearing. Because the most efficient way of stopping the spread of a disease is if you, especially if it's an asymptomatic spreader like COVID, you wear a mask at all times, especially when you're indoors, to ensure that you don't accidentally fucking give someone else COVID when you don't realize that you have it. That's how it works. My arm is sore, yeah. Now, vaccinated people can still be carriers, but clearly the likelihood that you can transmit or at least deliver a viral load large enough to another person while being a carrier, potentially, has to be low enough that they are coming up with this, they're deciding on this decision. Like, okay, viral load, got you, I got it. For a couple days I got my dose, there was a huge bump on my arm like a second bicep. Really? The table we saw before has been updated. Fully vaccinated people are safe to walk, run, wheelchair, roll, or bike outdoors and with members of your household. All of that. Indoors, you're safe to still do it. Whereas if you are not vaccinated, you are still safe to walk, run outdoors and shit like that. But small outdoor gathering of fully vaccinated people, and boom, all of a sudden you need fucking masks. But again, that mask is not necessarily for your protection. That mask is for protecting others who may also be unvaccinated. Is this fake? No, this is the CDC.gov. This is the CDC.gov guidelines that we saw already. They just updated it. They used to... So you're saying the whole world wore masks to be courteous to each other? Well, I'm using courtesy as a substitute for not being a fucking baboon-brained idiot, okay? But yes, it is to ensure that it does not spread, okay? So that is a courtesy, okay? The most significant factor that stops the spread in an asymptomatic disease that spreads with spreads even if you don't have symptoms, pre-symptomatic, sorry, is if you yourself and everyone around you are fucking constantly wearing masks because nobody knows who has COVID. That's how it fucking, that's how it that's how a lot of places were able to eliminate it. I do not know why the fuck every time I talk about this, people lose their fucking shit over it. Being a patriot, brother, what's more patriotic than acting in a way that protects your fellow man and American? Yeah, exactly. It is patriotic to wear a fucking mask. it's funny because I probably have like people from like Asian countries and shit in this audience that are like, what? Like Americans still don't understand why people wear masks when they're sick? Like we literally don't, because we are hardwired. We are hardwired to comprehend everything from such a like self-interested, hyper individualist point of view that we're like, no, I'm wearing the mask to protect myself because it gives me a magical shield. It's like, no, you're all wearing the masks. We are all wearing the masks so we don't give it to others. Okay. That's the biggest fucking protective barrier that you can have. And it's a very, very good method. Putting a mask on offers a little bit more protection to you, certainly. Putting a mask on will offer some protection to you as well from outside COVID, but it doesn't fucking matter in the grand scheme of things if someone is just like, you know, if someone is just like delivering COVID to you, a viral load that's big enough. It's also +1 stealth because people can't identify you as quickly. I like it. Why are anti-maskers even being anti-maskers? N95s do offer significant personal protection, but most people don't have N95s. They just use like the regular mask that they got on Amazon. Yeah, if you have an N95 with like the filters on it, then yeah, you're fine. But I've literally never seen someone wear an N95 with a filter on it. Anti-maskers starting on Twitch after being booted from major platforms. I mean, do they think that they're not going to get fucking clapped up? In late April, well-known Canadian anti-maskers began live streaming on Twitch from outside an Ontario police station. I mean, they're going to get fucking clapped too. There's no shot that Twitch allows this shit to continue. I'm going to continue wearing one because it looks cool. Yeah, go ahead. They even wear it if they're normal sick as well, which saves millions of dollars a year in the economy by preventing mass sickness. Yeah. Yeah, you, as Americans, we should 100% be wearing masks during flu season. Like, in colder months, if you feel a little bit under the weather, boom, pop on a fucking mask. Like, that's something that we should be doing, regardless. I'm going to continue wearing because I'm ugly. Yeah. Oh yeah, we have a racist, bigoted anti-masker who's been banned from Twitter twice and TikTok 3 times on here. If they reach like, if they get any sort of news coverage on them, Twitch and Twitch is made aware of it, they will fucking clap them. This is really funny. Anti-maskers ready to start masking to protect themselves from the vaccinated. I love that. An anti-vaccine conspiracy about the vaccinated are leading some anti-maskers and anti-vaxxers to contemplate wearing a mask and social distance. That's great. Whoever fucking came up with this, shouts out to whoever fucking, whichever, like, actually smart person came up with this. Yeah, it's true. I'm vaccinated. I will literally spread my vaccine to you, and I will sneeze and cough on you, and you will become gay. So you should wear a mask, and the mask will protect you from becoming gay. This is literally helpful. Like, these are the exact kinds of people that should be wearing masks at all times. Let's not tell them that what they're doing is actually good, and let's keep it up, boys. I think we should just lie to them. I literally believe that we should lie to these people and convince them with reverse psychology. I think this is fucking awesome, dude. I think this is fucking awesome. Do psyops in these communities. 100%. You can't save them anyway. Just manage. If you can't save them, you just fucking manage, dude. And this is what a perfect way of managing the problem. I love this. I love this. Yeah. Fucking hit targeted Facebook ads saying like, you will get gay, brother. Listen, I'm gonna tell you right now, brother, my son got vaccinated without me knowing, and then he sneezed in my direction, and now I'm thinking about sucking pee-pee all the time, brother. So now, finally, I put on a mask so I don't get that viral load. I hate the fact that I got hit with the gay. I got hit with the Bill Gay. I need that hot, juicy viral loads every goddamn day. Stop spreading misinformation. You wear a mask to stop from spreading your gay autism to others. It doesn't protect you, Hasan, please. No, we should tell people that it protects you. Anyway. I want to keep wearing a mask because I'm ugly as fuck. Okay, got it. Everyone fucking said that. You're probably not. Shut the fuck up, bitch. Okay? And ultimately, it doesn't even matter because everyone's so fucking horny, dude. All that repressed gayness can start coming out now that you just blame it on the vax. Yeah. Okay, the conspiracy, which comes in several shapes and sizes. All right, before I go into this, and there's plenty of videos that I obviously want to cover with respect to what's going on.
Study on the
we're gonna fucking watch this as well. We'll get started with this, and then we'll look at the fucking situation at hand here. But it is top of the hour, so you know, the masks. Well, the masks can protect you from the gay autism, brother. If there are vaccinated people around you, you know, the mask will protect you. But also, you want to protect yourself from the top of the hour ads that you get blasted in the face with at the top of every goddamn hour. There's a 60-second ad break. Well, all you need to do, brother, is subscribe. You can do it for $5, the regular Twitch Tier 1 subscription, or for free with the Twitch Prime, brother. You know, use your goddamn Twitch Prime on a truth-telling motherfucker like myself, brother. Yee. Okay, there's no... Yep, I didn't do a transition there. I don't give a fuck. Here's the ad break now. Okay.
These calls demonstrating the real-world impact of vaccines in driving these results. Recent progress has been especially strong. Since everyone 16 and over became eligible for vaccination, cases have dropped by 45%. And since everyone became eligible 3 weeks ago, that is everyone 16 and over, a full 12% of adults have become newly vaccinated. In a wartime effort, we must begin to press harder when we have an advantage and not let up. Yesterday, individuals 12 through 15 years old became eligible for the Pfizer vaccine. We are putting every resource possible to bear and leveraging every possible partnership in the country to reach people who aren't vaccinated yet and to make it as easy as possible for them to get a shot. More than 20,000 local pharmacies in communities across the nation are now offering walk-in vaccinations. You can text your zip code to 438-829 to get 3 locations near you with vaccines in stock. Soon, you'll even be able to book a free ride through that text from Uber and Lyft.
Pretty good.
As the president announced, Lyft and Uber are offering free rides to anyone who wants to get vaccinated between May 24th and July 4th. If you want to sort by the specific vaccines, millions of McDonald's cups tell you where to go to, vaccines.gov. Efforts around the country are not letting up, and they cannot let up. They must accelerate with everyone contributing what they have to the effort. Let me close and hand it off to Dr. Walensky by reiterating some of the words the president said yesterday. On July 4th, let's celebrate our independence as a nation and our independence of the virus. 70% of adults with at least one shot by July 4th is a critical goal. When you're winning, you press harder. We can do this. But if you haven't gotten vaccinated yet, now is the time. And with that, over to Dr. Walensky for an important update and what our progress means for Americans.
Thank you, Andy. Good afternoon. I'm pleased to be back with you today. Let's begin with an overview of the data. Yesterday, CDC reported more than 34,200 new cases of COVID-19. Our 7-day average is about 36,800 cases per day. This represents yet another decrease of about 23% from our prior 7-day average. And every day, with daily cases continuing to fall, we remain encouraged by these positive trends. The 7-day average of hospital admissions is 4,100. Again, another terrific sign with another back-to-back decrease of 12% from the previous 7-day period. And 7-day average daily deaths have also declined to 587 per day. Today, I have several exciting announcements to share with you. First, since becoming CDC director, I have seen firsthand the current frail state of the public health infrastructure in this country. I'm committed to upgrading the public health.
Okay, this is like fucking boring. New Discord logo? I don't care. Okay. You and Will set the strategy for vaccinating
You
chuds.
vaxxed up, brother. I'll give you a Moderna vaccine right now.
I'm telling you, we could vaccinate half the American Southland if we offered a free 12-pack of Keystones to everyone who got vaccinated.
Hell yeah. It's like Krispy Kreme's was just like skimping out. They're like, you get one free donut. That doesn't cut it, dude.
No.
Give the people what they actually want.
A case of Keystone.
NASCAR and fucking Keystone. Natty Lights, dude.
Oh, my God.
Ugh.
We could do the Lord's work. We might...
I called it, brother. We called it. Y'all, that's so fucking hard for a full 45 minutes of the portion of the podcast. Hell yeah. Which, by the way, you know, some people are literally doing that. For example, Fox City's COVID-19 vaccine clinic is offering shot and beer chasers. Let's take a look.
To have more people vaccinated against COVID-19 in Northeast Wisconsin certainly continues, and we are learning about a new incentive being offered at one local clinic in Appleton. That's where Emily Matesic joins us now live from our Fox Valley Bureau. So, Emily, what's happening? Where is it happening, and how does it work?
Yeah, so it is next week, May 11th and 12th. The Fox City's COVID-19 vaccination clinic is offering the Johnson & Johnson, the one and done, the one dose shot. And anybody that comes in on either of those days will receive a coupon for a free beer at one of 3 local breweries. The health department teaming up with McFleshman's Brewing Company, Stone Arch Brew Pub, and also Appleton Beer Factory, where they have offered to give free beers. The campaign is called a shot and a beer.
Okay, so people are familiar with the phrase "a shot and a beer." This is completely Wisconsin, right? And we're kind of tongue in cheek here.
Hold on, brother. I thought it was liquor after beer. You're in the clear. But beer after liquor, and you haven't fell down quicker. Right? I thought that's how it worked. You can't get a shot and then drink the beer afterwards. You know what I'm saying, brother? What the fuck?
Here a little bit, but the motivation to get people to
beer
get out
before
and get
liquor
vaccinated,
makes you sicker.
This
Liquor
backdrop
before
seems to be
beer,
where
you're
we
in the
are
clear.
right now in this process. Is that fair from the health officials you've talked to?
Wait, really?
Yeah, I mean, Kurt Egebrecht, the Appleton health officer, told me, he said, yeah, it's sort of a play on words, right? Everybody's father or grandfather use the term a shot and a beer, right? But he said it is serious, though.
Which one makes me queer, brother? I want that one. Oh, it's the vaccine. Never mind. Hell, yee, brother.
They're hoping that people will understand the seriousness of this and still come out to get that vaccine. They're just hoping to entice them a little bit with the offer of the free beer, obviously.
Okay, so what about those of us who are already had our vaccines, both of them fully vaccinated? We have a card. It gives a whole new definition to the term being carded. So can you take your card to the clinic and cash in?
Okay, so that's one idea that the brilliant people over at Wisconsin had. Okay, but that's not enough. Let's take a look at what New York is doing. I mean, think about it. You get a free voucher to drink a goddamn. You drink some goddamn beer, brother. Who doesn't love beer? You know what the fuck? Well, what about them New Yorkers? How are they dealing with it? Well, New York City Mayor Bill de Blasio, an Italian man, decided to. Father of a black individual decided to roll out this campaign in New York.
I got vaccinated. You're saying I could get this? These delicious fries?
I swear to God, Bill de Blasio has like the most Mike from PA energy and kind of looks like what Mike from PA looks like if he was older. I just cannot unsee it, dude. Literally just straight up Central Committee.
Wait a minute. But there's also a burger element to this? Let me check with Bill Neathart. Is it too early in the day to eat a burger? No. This can be breakfast? Okay. I want you to look at this and think about, again, some people love hamburgers, some don't. Really want to respect all ways of life. But if this is appealing to you, just think of this when you think of vaccination. Vaccination. I'm getting a very good feeling about vaccination right this moment. Free fries when you get...
He literally called it that you were going to say that during his stream. LMAO. Yeah. Microchips in the fries too, brother. So I like that. I like that. That's great. I'm glad. I mean, who's fucking a free side of fries is not necessarily the greatest thing you can do. But Mike from PA said that I would say that he's exactly like Bill de Blasio. I mean, he is, dude. It's crazy. Fuck you, Hasan. Now I can't unsee it. Yeah, no, literally. Anyway, so we got this going on. Can you imagine, like, if you're watching from like Canada or any other country where you are like so desperate to get vaccinated, and here we are trying to motivate our fucking fat hogs to get vaccinated by being like, hey, you get a side of fries, brother. Hell yeah. Yeet, yeet. Yeet, yeet, brother. Let's go. Let's go, partner. Let's get vaxxed up. Like, literally, people are just like, can I please get vaccinated? Like, I'm desperate. Like, please. Anyway, this isn't a real country. There's no way. I mean, look, you got to deal with the problems at hand. Just like it's the same energy as what we were just looking at. If you have anti-maskers becoming, fearful of the vaccine, and therefore to protect themselves, they're wearing masks, like, that's a great way to deal with it. Because, like, there's nothing you can do, man. These people are too fucking stupid. So, fuck them. Like, literally just, they have been so blinded by misinformation that after a certain point, I'm not going to sit here and try to literally educate motherfuckers over and over again when they're just like, no, boo boo, I don't hear you, you fucking commie bastard. Yeah, just bribe them with food, bribe them with a Tesla. Apparently in Buffalo, New York, they're going above and beyond, and you enter a raffle if you get double vaxxed.
Changing rules, and also others who are...
A raffle where you can win a fucking Tesla, dude. A raffle where you can win a Tesla in Buffalo, New York. But that's not the greatest one. There's Ohio has an even better campaign, in my opinion. Ohio's campaign is pretty fucking poggers. They have decided that if you get vaccinated, there is literally a lottery. Ohio Governor Mike DeWine recently announced a $1 million lottery drawing for people who are getting vaccinated. It's smart as fuck. Straight up. So smart, dude. And it's smart because we're fucking stupid. It's smart because we're fucking stupid, and you have to motivate these dumb fuckers to go out and get vaccinated. Like, also on top of that, they all offer you, the youth, they offer scholarships to a college.
Residents a shot at winning $1 million along with their COVID vaccine shots. Governor Mike DeWine announced that beginning May 26th, the state will draw one vaccine recipient to win $1 million. This will happen every week for 5 weeks. To qualify, you have to live in Ohio, be 18 or older, and have at least one dose of the COVID vaccine.
I'm a social worker, and this hurts so much. We could be using this money elsewhere. Dude, it's fucking $5 million. That's nothing for the Ohio budget. And secondly, what do you mean? If this gets like 100,000 extra people to get fucking vaxxed up that normally wouldn't, it's 100% worth. It is super worth, dude. Are you kidding me? Especially a place like Ohio where, especially a place like fucking Ohio where, like, you definitely have hogs that don't want to get vaxxed up. And also, don't be like that. Don't be that guy who's like, oh, well, fuck me. I got vaccinated already and I got it for free. And now these guys are going to get potentially $1 million. Like, who cares, dude? Who cares? You got vaccinated before everyone else. That in and of itself is already a gift. Okay. You should very well be excited. Anyways, keep
Ohio
going.
Governor Mike DeWine joins us first on CBS this morning. Governor, good morning. Thanks for being with us. Why this incentive?
You know, I've been thinking every day, what can we do to increase the number of people who are getting the vaccine? And just decided that this might be something that would kind of persuade some people. You know, my wife, Fran and I have been traveling around the state and talking to people who are getting vaccinated. And one of the things that we see is that there are some people who just were holding back, and then their relative talked them into it, their spouse talked them into it, or it became available. They didn't have to set up an appointment. So we have people who are never going to get it. We have people, 42% of Ohioans now have already got it. Then we've got what I call the persuadables in the middle. And it's not just getting them to do it. Some of them may eventually do it, but getting people to be vaccinated now as opposed to a month or 2 months from now.
There are people that will definitely react to this in the opposite way and be like, oh, they want us to fucking get vaccinated and they're trying to motivate us with something I like. You know, what the fuck? Money? Lottery? I love the lottery. Like, just think about it this way. In other countries, in a way to do equitable distribution, they will literally do vaccine lotteries, right? If they're not rolling it out from the point of like age groups and different demographics, if there's like limited distribution, they will literally do vaccine lotteries. And no, I don't mean you get a fucking lottery for getting the vaccine. I mean, like, they literally will, like, you are a lottery winner for even being eligible to get the vaccine. Okay? Because the vaccine is the price. But in America, it's not enough that the vaccine is the price. I'm a goddamn hog and I need to be vaxxed up. I need to get $1 million maybe. It's, and for as many people who are skeptical, there is 10 times more people that will absolutely take this vaccine now. Like, okay, the people who were like skeptical, who then like double down and go, oh, fuck that. They just want to test on us or whatever. Yeah, fuck those people. Those people were just not going to get the vaccine. RIP to your parents. I'm sorry, all the chatters, but like, who have parents who were just like, I'm more skeptical now, brother. What the fuck? But yeah. People don't trust the vaccine because they don't trust the CDC anymore. They've been getting mixed signals over the past 14 months regarding what is true and what is false. Okay, great. Well, it doesn't really matter because the CDC didn't make this vaccine, okay? This really isn't helping the stereotype of Americans being fast food loving hogs. They are. They are. We are, dude. We are a nation of fucking hogs. We are not even a real nation. We are a fake fucking nation full of hogs who absolutely fucking love the stupid tax that comes along with the lottery. Just getting taxed for having a little bit of hope, I guess, when you have no other options. And also love burgers and fries. That's what we are. Just, you know, stare at the fucking mirror. No, the mixed signals thing is from the CDC originally saying don't wear or you know, don't hoard on masks and like giving people something that they immediately went back on. That's what they're talking about still. They're still holding on to that. And that is actually going to destroy confidence in a significant way and help a lot of misinformation spread as a consequence of that. So I do understand why people were upset at the CDC originally. The lottery idea is honestly so smart for a Republican because it heavily incentivized getting the vaccine while also not improving the material condition of the working class in any way. Yeah. Anyway, let's keep going. The Gay Mulatto says Ashdod in Israel is under heavy rocket fire, Hasan. What do you want me to do, bro? Hold on. Let me activate my second Iron Dome from over here. We're going to get to Palestine issues in a second, okay? What do you think about many red states ending pandemic unemployment assistance early? Goes to show you exactly what these people care about, which is not your well-being or your welfare, but instead you as a fucking worker and how, you know, how much pressure you will take until you buckle under the weight of the crippling consequences of not having a job, so you can go back to doing this unfulfilling labor. In light of the Krispy Kreme giving free donuts, receiving the CVD shot, here at the Attila's Gym, we are giving out free membership to all who don't get vaccinated. We believe in health, the real way, exercise, good diet, plenty of vitamin D, zinc, and an environment to de-stress. Hell yeah, brother. Toxically masculine, brother. I only joined Twitter to be banned. Hashtag Bitcoin. This guy is like every fucking stereotype, dude. People are so fucking stupid. Anyway. This is great news. Banks planning to issue credit cards to people without credit scores report. Wait, what? On a Hail Mary is something that we know works. Yeah. Wow, a donut will definitely give you diabetes and kill you. Back to the office soon. Can't watch your streams anymore on company time. Yeah, that sucks, man. To all the weekend warriors, I salute you. You guys are the brave and the bold. I'm sorry that your time of working from home is coming to a close, where your managers want you back in the office so you can participate in all the stupid fucking bullshit that goes along with working in an office. But at least now you'll have more, you know. Actually, I don't even know. There is no benefits. So yeah, just try to find new ways of sneaking the fucking stream, like in your headphones or something, on your phone. There you go. Plenty of people watch you at work. Watch me at work. I have to pretend to not be watching you? Yeah.
Certainly slow this virus down, and ultimately this is going to save lives.
Were there numbers?
The black community has issues of high percentage of unvaccinated due to access issues, transportation, and religious beliefs. It's more of an issue than Republican hogs. We need states to offer more outreach to help those underserved communities rather than lotteries and fries. Okay, here we go again. We've had this conversation over and over again with over-the-top, overcorrective lefties and liberals who literally turn this into an issue that literally trivializes or infantilizes black people. Okay? It's really fucking annoying. It's really fucking annoying, especially because you yourself are not even aware of all of the additional steps that the government, and I hate to fucking defend them, but the government is taking in an effort to literally go out and vaccinate underserved communities, whether it be actually fucking delivering additional doses to local leaders and doctors, having dosage opportunities at like church and shit like that. You're straight up fucking trying to turn around and be like, this is not just a hog issue. No, from the point of view of people who have the ability to get the vaccine and not taking it, it is 100% a hog issue. I don't give a fuck what your background is, okay? I don't give a fuck what your background is. Those are solvable problems. Underserved communities getting mobile hotspots, like mobile localized vaccination centers, is one way to eliminate that problem. And they are also doing that. Yeah, LA County brought 500 vaccines in my church in East LA 3 Sundays ago. They're doing that. Every fucking, especially liberal government, state government, and also the federal government is actually implementing strategies to reach out to rural hospitals, to reach out to rural doctors, to reach out to like actual people that are within these communities that have a more personalized, like that can cater to the specific group of individuals that they're like talking to. And then you still have hogs in the black community as well. Like, I'm sorry. Like, it doesn't absolve you from being a fucking hog about the vaccine. Like, yeah, I know you're gonna say the Tuskegee syphilis experiment, and there's like more legitimate claim for black people to be skeptical of the vaccine, but ultimately if they're still skeptical of the vaccine and yet they have access to it and they're lying to other people in their communities about not taking it, then they're fucking being hogs. Okay? Anyway. I think what they said is more applicable to certain regions in Canada. There are more disproportionate rates of vaccinations here amidst the bad rollout in general. Okay, I can't speak to Canada. I'm talking about America. We're literally talking about the American strategies of trying to vaccinate people that have vaccine hesitancy. Okay?
You saw that suggested this was the right strategy? Because I know one study shows incentives only increase vaccinations by around 8%, which could make this a very expensive gamble.
Yeah, I don't think there's any way to calculate it. I mean, one
study after study after study has been conducted on vaccine hesitancy in the United States of America, and the numbers show over and over again that percentage vaccinated within the black community is at a normal rate in comparison to the Republican males, who have the highest rate over and over again, the highest fucking rate of non-vaxxed and people that don't want to get fucking vaccinated. So you can turn around and just be like, no, you're being fucking unaware of the additional problems. Yes, there are additional problems for the black community, but ultimately, these are solvable problems. The largest problem is people who are just like, I'm not going to fucking take the vaccine. Okay? So you are creating a problem. You are creating like an additional problem where a problem does not exist. Why are you splitting white people into Republicans and Democrats? Republican men or white evangelical Protestant Christians are the highest percentage. There's multiple different ways of parsing through it, but white evangelicals, who also happen to be overwhelmingly, if not entirely, Republicans, have the highest percentages. Republican men, whether they are black or white, does not matter, are also the highest percentage of people who said that they don't want to take the fucking vaccine. What's up, Misgive? Why are you splitting white people into Republicans and Democrats? No, I'm not splitting white people into Republicans and Democrats. I'm splitting all people to Republicans and Democrats. Anyway, that's a self-report, by the way, for the record. I just want to let you guys know. Anyway, if your immediate assumption is like, we're splitting white people into Republican and Democrat. Motherfuckers bagging oil, Hasan. Yeah, we're going to talk about that in a little bit. So yeah, Ohio's doing this, and now this is another measure where like some fucking meme lord decided to at least get the anti-maskers and anti-vaxxers to start literally wearing masks, which is good. So I am fully on board with like lying to these conspiratorial douchebags, okay? I'm sorry. No other option works. So just fucking make a conspiracy that accidentally lands them on the right side. Straight up. I live in Ohio and ain't nobody gonna do this? No, the lottery thing will be successful, 100%. Once you say white evangelical males, yeah, I mean, yeah, it's Republicans. No, white evangelical females are Republican too. White evangelicals is just all Republicans. Anyway, they should make the regular lottery like that. Not one $320 million prize, but $321 million prizes. Yeah, that could be cool. Anyway. Among all groups, Republicans and white evangelical Christians were the most likely to say they will not get vaccinated, with almost 30% of each group saying they will definitely not get a shot. Yeah. Okay. Which video did you watch where the Israeli woman says she's a little fascist? That was the squirrel video from earlier. Let's get into Israel-Palestine, okay? Now that we talked about the good news and also what people are doing in an effort to get hogs riled up enough to go get vaccinated, let's talk about Israel-Palestine, okay? So the latest developments from Palestine is that Israel, according to some of the messages I saw last night, like with respect to the IDF spokesperson, said that they were interested in ground invasions in Gaza. Okay, that is terrifying. That is a terrifying prospect. That is a terrifying proposition, as violence has already escalated in the Middle East. And part of the reason why they can take it one step further and claim that they're just going to fucking start doing a ground invasion, full-blown war within the Gaza region is because of what Joe Biden said yesterday. Joe Biden's statements on Palestine did not even remotely mention Palestine or Palestinians. It was fucking abysmal. We watched it yesterday, and I didn't really react to it too hard. I want to start off with the Joe Biden statement again. It is perhaps, I mean, it's so fucking, it's not even tone deaf. Like, I don't know how to describe it. It's so disgusting. Let's watch. Let me just find the Joe Biden response really quickly, and then we'll start there. I don't know how verified. I don't know if this is verified information. I'm sorry. Don't send me shit like this, okay? Like the Israeli artillery and armor are on its way to the border with Gaza. Like that could be from fucking 2014. It could be from so many different years. So it's not even tone deaf. It is violent. Biden's words, or rather inaction in the face of tremendous injustice like ethnic displacement, an ongoing occupation that absolutely cripples every fucking living Palestinian, whether they are a part of the Palestinian diaspora worldwide, or whether they're Palestinians living in the occupied West Bank or Palestinians living in Gaza. It's devastating. It is devastating that America has consistently blocked efforts to make reports on Israeli war crimes at the Security Council. It's devastating that Joe Biden literally took it to the next level and straight up openly just said Israel has a right to defend itself. There's bombs that are blowing up on top of Israel. Like, here, hold on. I need to find the fucking video. Okay, hold on. Someone send me the Joe Biden video, please. I don't care about the Gal Gadot video. I have the Gal Gadot Facebook post. Just send me the Joe Biden take. This isn't it, but it's related. Okay, dude. Okay. I'm just going to find it myself. Jesus fucking Christ. Everyone always is like, oh, you want a video? That means you want my video that is completely unrelated. Never mind. It's time for my video that is completely unrelated. You're looking for links? Here.
Are you concerned about the violence in the Middle East, and can you talk about what conversations you have had with officials there?
My national security staff and defense staff has been in constant contact with their counterparts in the Middle East, not just with the Israelis, but also with everyone from the Egyptians to the Saudis to the Emiratis, etc.
Everyone from the Egyptians to the Saudis to the Emiratis, etc. So why are you not fucking bringing up Palestinian officials? Is Palestine not a state? Of course it's not, obviously. Let's be real. Are Palestinians not important to have a conversation with? Like, what do you mean? Why are the Gulf states being mentioned? How is this any fucking different than how Donald Trump would respond to this, by the way? Donald Trump would literally just say this, and then on top of that be like, Palestinians, they're dogs. They're dogs. They're terrorists. Of course we're going to fucking bomb them. But at least liberals would get fucking mad because their entire personality revolves around hating Donald Trump and would actually launch a larger fucking liberal Democrat-backed grassroots campaign against what Israel is doing. But no, now that we have Joe Biden, he can turn around and say it in the nice way, where it's like, I don't give a fuck about Palestine. That's what this is, by the way. I don't give a fuck about the dead children that Israel murdered. I don't give a fuck. Hamas is fucking throwing rockets, and Israel has every right to just fucking bomb the shit out of residential buildings as they have been doing consistently. Okay? That's literally what the fuck Joe Biden is saying here. And now, no one gives a shit because, hey, everything is fine now. Everything is fine, boys. Everything is fine.
And I had a conversation with Bibi Netanyahu not too long ago. I'll be putting out a statement very shortly on that. My expectation and hope is that this will be closing down sooner than later. But Israel has a right to defend itself when you have.
This is just one step removed from Joe Biden straight up just being like, I don't care. Palestinians can die like fucking dogs for all I care. Okay? Which is what Donald Trump would say straight up. Because that's what's going on, and America is supporting it. Joe Biden's administration, when he was the vice president, is part of the reason why Israel currently gets $3.8 billion a year in our tax dollars. A $38 billion contract was handled by the Obama administration on the way out. Okay? He does not give a shit about Palestine. He has never given a shit about Palestine. He does not give a shit about anybody. He is just a very cunning statesman who knows what to say and pepper it in a way that, like, liberals will shut the fuck up. That's it. Yeah, yet, according to Bibi Netanyahu, Joe Biden and Barack Obama's administration, of course, was the most anti-Semitic administration. You know, only $38 billion. Boys, it's not enough. So, if Israel has a right to self-defense, the question I always ask, and the question many people ask, yet have no answer for, thank you, Dervon Korenberg, for the 10 tier 1 gift subs, is, what about Palestine's right to self-defense? Should Palestinians not have a right to defend themselves from an occupying force? How will Palestinians defend themselves? How will Palestinians in the West Bank defend themselves? How will Palestinians that are currently within the Israeli occupied territories or within like actual fucking Israel defend themselves from the crystal knock that is occurring every fucking night? We're going to get to that in a second. I'm going to show you some videos. But Israelis are now roaming the streets, literally looking for Palestinians to beat the shit out of, looking for Arabs or Arab stores to break down. And there are numerous reports on the ground of this happening. This happened last night as well. And it will continue to happen. There are settlers from the West Bank being bussed into Israel to commit said atrocities. It is straight up crystal knock. It is. It is absolutely straight the fuck up crystal knock. There is even a report from Haaretz, a Jewish publication, talking about how we have to literally just take a cold hard look at ourselves. An op-ed in Haaretz came out saying we have to take a cold hard look at how racist of a nation we have become. How racist of a nation we have become. There's another report that came out yesterday that I'll be talking about, where the Israelis in the Israeli mob looking for Arabs to beat the shit out of found a Jewish man thinking that he was Arab, but he was actually Israeli, and beat the fuck out of him on accident. It's great. Good stuff. So, here's what I was talking about. Israelis are going on a rampage, destroying a Palestinian-owned business. Haaretz. I think I'm saying it correct. So, this is not new. It's just gotten to a point where we are finding out about it. We in the Western world are not looking away for the first time as a consequence of social media. That's why I've said time and time again that I don't believe that just simply criticizing Netanyahu and saying this is only happening because of Netanyahu is the right approach to this issue. Yes, that is an escalating factor. Netanyahu's ongoing corruption trial and his inability to create a fucking government played an escalating role in creating more tension and using the IDF to beat the shit out of mosque goers and attenders at Al-Aqsa. But this has been happening for years. It's just that we are now seeing it and unable to look away. You can say both sides are wrong all day, every day, boys. You are doing all lives matter. That is all you're doing in that situation. You are all lives mattering the fucking Israel-Palestine conflict. Okay? It is not equal. It is asymmetrical warfare that an occupying fascist ethno-state is engaging against an indigenous population with displacement, destruction of property, and unwarranted caging and restriction of freedom of travel. Just basic human rights that should be given to every human being. Israel has robbed Palestinians of said basic rights, all the way from access to fucking clean water, as we have talked about yesterday, to restricting their freedom of movement, to all the way down to taking Palestinians out of their fucking homes in the West Bank and pushing them away, displacing them, just so they can resettle said homes with Jewish settler terrorists. It is fucking insane. Why does the U.S. support this? We do shit like this all the time. I've said this over and over again. Our enemies are Muslim. Why would they give a fuck? Why would America give a fuck? What can we say to the people who say Palestinians aren't indigenous? I mean, if you want to make an argument that Palestinians are not indigenous to that land, you have to go back to the fucking Roman era, okay? And that is psychotic. Absolutely zero people have a claim to land that dates back to 2,000 years, dude. That is fucking nuts, okay? And even then, it doesn't matter. You can have a claim to a land, but you can't take that land away by murdering people and displacing them and subjugating them and pushing them towards insane conditions, inhumane conditions. I don't give a fuck. Okay? I'm sorry, dude. I don't give a fuck. Like, okay, give all the land back to the fucking give all the land back to Genghis Khan. Sorry. The Mongolian Empire needs to rise again, I guess. They have all the territory. They took it. The irony, of course, is that there are Jewish Palestinians who have lived there, and Christian Palestinians and Muslim Palestinians that have lived there since before the UN two-state solution program and like mass migration into the region, like mass migration of Jews into the region. But the fucking same Israeli government hurts them too. So what's up? What the fuck's up with that? They don't give a fuck. Crazy. Hold on, I gotta sit down. Oh shit. What just got fucking... Anyway, sorry. Whenever I move this fucking thing, I'm like worried that it's gonna... No. Whenever I move my, Yeah, Palestinians living within the 67 borders aren't treated equal at all. Dude, some people, I don't know if you're saying that sarcastically or if you're saying that unironically, but yeah, I mean, you're seeing how little the true Israelis feel about the Palestinians living within those borders right now. If they gave a fuck, they wouldn't have fucking like ruined those villages or engaged in displacement. No, and trap them inside of fucking ghettos, or rather beat the shit out of them during a Kristallnacht, as they are currently, like looking for Palestinians to fucking murder or beat the shit out of. Doesn't exactly scream they have equal rights, does it? Oh, he wasn't being sarcastic. Okay. Yeah, I saw this as well. He's over here with a fucking loudspeaker asking for the addresses of Arabs in Netanya.
השוטרים הגיעו. יש שם תורה.
Anyway. Why is this shocking? Joe Biden is literally a Zionist? Yeah, no shit. I know he's a Zionist.
I think it's about time.
We watched this video a million times on this broadcast, man. I'm sick and tired of watching the same video over and over again. He says, I think it's about time we stop apologizing for our unconditional support to Israel. They are a valuable ally. And if no such country existed, we would make one ourselves. Okay, there you go.
We stop those of us who support, as most of us do, Israel in this body, for apologizing for our support for Israel. There's no apology to be made. None. It is the best $3 billion investment we make. Were there not an Israel, the United States of America would have to invent an Israel to protect her interest in the region.
Does that seem good to you guys? Does that give the game away a little bit? As I've talked time and time again, it's like, he got his hair back because he got hair plugs. Okay. These are the markings Israelis are making on Palestinian homes to know what people to kill. I haven't seen all that, but there's a Jewish girl on TikTok calling people anti-Semitic for using the word Zionist and ethnic cleansing. Yeah. I'm sorry. Like, there is truth. Obviously, it is very real that Jewish people have historically been oppressed, marginalized. Obviously, you have the Holocaust, like, and at the heart of most conspiracy theories, you still have like anti-Semitism and like Jews being in control of everything, and all of that is ridiculous, but very, very dangerous for the existence of Jews all around the fucking world, because motherfuckers just hate them. They've withstood pogroms throughout history. All of that's true. Having said all that, though, you don't get like a fucking pogrom card. Like You don't have like a Subway fucking card where you're like, well, we withstood 10 pogroms, so we get to do one now ourselves. Like, it doesn't work that way, man. You can't just fucking flip the switch and just do that. To all the Turkish bots that follow me here, quick history lesson. You are not native to Anatolia. You came from Central Asia and did a genocide, the local Greek Christian population. Istanbul is actually Constantinople and you illegally occupied it. Yeah, except the difference is one is the fucking Byzantine Empire and the other is like literally occupied territory of people who can't fucking fight back. Motherfuckers making it Constantinople, which was the most impenetrable fucking city and fortress throughout history, to make it turning out Constantinople and the Byzantine Empire into like literally nothing. And that happened in 1453. You're really going to be like, I can't believe the actions that the Turks took in 1453, which I will not apologize for, by the way, is bad. But us doing this shit, significantly worse shit, in 2021 in fucking 4K is acceptable? Like, where is your fucking brain? No one is native to anywhere if you go back far enough. Yeah, exactly. Have we discussed how Israel funded Hamas and the PLO? I mean, I've briefly brought it up, but I haven't really... Wait, is this a video of this? Okay, we can watch this video. Let me see. The good Hasan, the better Hasan. Mehdi Hasan, who always has like... Hold on. Let me do a quick scan through, boys, because I don't know how the fuck... how much... Okay. Seems safe. Let's take a look. I was just scanning through the video to make sure. 400-year occupation of Cyprus and Crete and the oppression of Greek religion and language and the Greek genocide during the 1920s. Pogo. Okay, but that's still not a fucking justification for what Israel's doing now. You're literally saying that's bad. Like, saying that's bad is one thing. But then turning around and then using that to be like, well, what about this happening here? That's good, is fucking insane. Mehmed II doing a 3-day slaughter after he captured Constantinople was poggers in 1453, motherfucker. Let's keep going.
The Palestinian militant group Hamas has carried out brutal acts of terror against Israeli civilians, and Israeli and American leaders are always keen to tell us how dangerous and evil Hamas is.
The inhumanity of Hamas.
I have no sympathy for Hamas.
That keep shelling Israel with thousands of rockets and mortar shells.
What if I told you that? Who's that?
Thousands of...
Wait, oh no, dude, look at that. You guys remember Ehud Barak, boys? Remember Ehud Barak? What was he? He was in the news recently. Why was he in the news recently, dude? Wait, hold on. Let me just think about that. What was he doing? Oh, that's right. Getting fucking snapped. Walking out of Jeffrey Epstein's New York apartment. I mean, but like he didn't know that Jeffrey Epstein was a fucking pedophile at that time, right? Oh, wait, that was many years after Jeffrey Epstein had been outed as a pedophile. And that's the reason why he was hiding his face as he was fucking walking out of the Jeffrey Epstein compound in New York. Oopsie, Ehud Barak. Nice of you to do that. Real nice. Shut the fuck up, you fucking bitch. Okay?
Rockets and mortar shells.
But what if I told you that Israel helped create Hamas?
Here comes the blood libel again. Yeah, dude. It's blood libel to say... Wait. Did you just say it's blood libel to say that Jeffrey Epstein is a pedophile? Or is it blood libel to say that Ehud Barak maintained a relationship with a known international sex trafficker Jeffrey Epstein? Which one of that is blood libel? Oh my God. I hope that was sarcastic. I really hope that was sarcastic. It has to be sarcastic. There is no fucking way. Okay, there is no way. That's got to be bait. How Israel helped create Hamas.
Officially, Hamas, which is the acronym for an Arabic phrase meaning Islamic resistance movement, was founded in 1987 at the start of the first...
Wait, that's crazy. Hamas was founded in 1987, and yet Israel has consistently through the 60s fucking destroyed Palestinian homes. That's so weird. So, wait. Oh, hold on. So does that mean that Hamas had nothing to do with the actions that Israel took against Palestinians? Wait, what the fuck? No way, dude. No fucking way, dude. No way. I'm being sarcastic for those of you that don't comprehend it, because Israel will often try to justify untold acts of cruelty that they subject Palestinian people to, those people who they have sovereignty over. And they say it's because of Hamas, bro. It's because of Hamas. It's like, okay, I guess everything is Hamas, motherfucker. There you go. Yeah, everything is Hamas. Yeah. Pipe clogger, thanks, Mom. Have you no education, you liberal? Please stop.
Palestinian Intifada or uprising against the Israeli occupation, but its roots were planted much earlier. The Hamas founder Sheikh Ahmed Yassin was a half-blind, disabled Palestinian cleric and member of the Muslim Brotherhood. The Brotherhood had been repressed by the Egyptians in Gaza prior to 1967, but once the Israelis invaded and occupied the Strip, they didn't just turn a blind eye to these Islamists. They encouraged them. See, the Israelis, especially right-wing Israelis, wanted to undermine the power of the dominant Palestinian political force at that time, the nationalist PLO, at the heart of which was the secular Fatah party of Yasser Arafat, their bête noire.
بغصن الزيتون في يدي وببندقية الثائر في يدي.
By empowering Sheikh Yassin and the Muslim Brotherhood, Israeli leaders thought they could divide and rule the occupied Palestinians, play them off against each other. Secular...
FYI, blood libel isn't a lie. It's the conspiracy that Jewish people use Christian blood and Passover bread. Yes. But the blood libel is a lie, ultimately. It's like the lie that, like, Jewish people... It's whenever Jewish people are inappropriately subjected to conspiracy theories, like how they fucking... eat babies or whatever the fuck, okay? That's why abusing blood libel, which was used as a justification to fucking do pogroms in the past upon Jewish people, is inappropriately using that when it's something that, like, the Israeli government has done is, one, inappropriate and anti-Semitic because Israel does not equal all Jews, or Jews in general, and two, you are misattributing something that is, like, legitimate and real by comparing it to something that wasn't and very dangerous. Harmful misinformation that justified acts of genocide in the eyes of so many people against Jewish people should not be attributed inappropriately to real things that the Israeli government or a specific Jewish person has done. That's really fucked up. Anyway.
Nationalists against religious Islamists. So in 1978, when Yassin wanted to officially register his Islamic Association, which was basically the precursor to Hamas, the Israelis were only too keen to help. Yassin built and grew a network of Islamist social institutions across Gaza.
Listen, motherfuckers, I don't require every Jewish person that comes in here to like answer for Israeli crimes. So please stop fucking trying to deflect away from the ongoing issue right now by being like, well, what about fucking Armenians? What about Kurds? What about fucking Cyprus? What about the Greeks? Like, dude, you're literally doing that same fucking thing that is unironically monolithic and fucking super annoying in a very stupid attempt to deflect away from the current occupation and current genocide that I'm talking about right now to this day, that's happening to this day. It is really fucking annoying whenever like every conversation that I have to have about like an ongoing conflict has to revolve around me going back in history every single time and repeating things that I have already said time and time again about the Ottoman Empire or the ongoing fucking Turkish imperialist endeavor as it pertains to the Kurds or whatever the fuck. It really fucking annoys me because like I've already talked about it. Go and find it on your own, okay? None of which, by the way, even fucking justifies what we are looking at. It is simply a way to deflect away from the actual issue that we're doing. So ask yourself, why are you running defense for an ongoing occupation and genocide? Why are you doing that? Why are you doing that right now? Ask yourself, is it okay for you to, I don't know, take up space and time from 38,000 people who are here to fucking learn? Because you're a selfish, idiotic piece of shit, you of course probably feel like, yeah, no, this is a worthwhile endeavor for me because you are, again, a worthless, pathetic loser. But please sit the fuck down for now, okay? Having said that, I again forgot. I think the reason people mention Kurds is that there's not nearly enough attention when Turkey literally levels a 100,000 Kurdish city to rubble. Okay, but when that is happening, I literally talk about it here on this broadcast. I have talked about it when Turkey was attempting to repopulate the northern Syrian corridor. I covered it non-fucking stop. So shut up, okay? Shut the fuck up right now. I have to literally repeat myself every fucking day because of this deflection. Here's another deflection, okay? It's top of the fucking hour and I forgot to run a goddamn ad. So I'm going to run it right now, okay? I'm going to run a 60-second ad break. And if you'd like to no longer see the ads, okay? And by the way, mods, anytime idiots fucking say shit like this, just clap them. Just give them a week off, okay? They could shut the fuck up and mauled and talk about how Hasan banned me for misdirecting when he's talking about like one ethnic cleansing by like comparing it to other ethnic cleansings, that he should be addressing immediately every single time he talks about anything. Just ban him for a week. Anyway, if you'd like to no longer see the ads, though, you can subscribe. You can do it for $5, or you can subscribe for free with a Twitch Prime. All right. You can get a Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account. Here it is. Motherfuckers out here literally running like ethnic cleansing competitions.
Schools and clubs and mosques, and Israel helped fund some of those projects. Most American politicians have no clue about any of this. Yassin wanted to officially register his Islamic Association, which was basically the precursor to Hamas. The Israelis were only too keen to help. Yassin built and grew a network of Islamist social institutions across Gaza, including schools and clubs and mosques, and Israel helped fund some of those projects. Most American politicians have no clue about any of this, although the former Republican Congressman Ron Paul once made this point on the floor of the House.
Hamas was encouraged and really started by Israel because they wanted Hamas to counteract Yasser Arafat.
Arafat himself told an Italian newspaper, quote, Hamas is a creature of Israel. He even claimed that former Israeli Prime Minister Yitzhak Rabin admitted as much to him, calling it a fatal error. Now, you might be wondering, why should I believe mad Ron Paul or the famously shady Yasser Arafat? Well, you don't have to. You can believe top Israeli and US officials who've basically owned up to all this. Brigadier Yitzhak Segev, for example, who was the Israeli military governor in Gaza, and later told a New York Times reporter that he helped finance the Islamic movement. The Israeli government gave me a budget, he said, and the military...
Bro, this is straight out of the fucking White Colonizer book, by the way. Like... oh, do you see a Marxist or do you see a nationalist / potentially Marxist rebellion occurring, well, pump the fucking fundamentalists full of funds so that, you know, they will provide a counterbalance, a counterweight to the Marxist movement that is happening. The CIA has done this throughout time in many different countries. It is literally the inception and foundation of Wahhabist extremism that is like the current iteration of like terrorism that you see around the fucking world. And the Israeli government did the exact same shit. Because, and I hate to say this, trigger warning to all the sensitive people out there, they operate like white colonizers in this area. Okay? And you can go all the way back to the fucking Roman era or all the way back to like 3,000 years ago. And you know, there was a fucking Jewish coin here and that's why this land is justifiable for us. But ultimately, none of that excuses these sorts of fucking actions. Okay? This is colonization happening right before our fucking eyes.
Government gives to the mosques. Colonel David Hakam, who worked in Gaza in the late 1980s as an Arab affairs expert in the Israeli military, has admitted that the original sin was Israeli support for Yassin in the late 70s. But at the time, he has argued, nobody thought about the possible results. Well, Avner Cohen did. Cohen was the Israeli official who was responsible for religious affairs in Gaza for more than 2 decades, and who now says, quote, Hamas, to my great regret, is Israel's creation. Yeah, Cohen's words. He actually wrote an official report to his superiors in the mid-1980s, warning them not to play divide and rule in the occupied territories and calling on Israel to, quote, break up this monster before this reality jumps in our face. But no one else on the Israeli side really took the possibility of blowback seriously at that time. They never do they? Hamas has since killed far more Israeli civilians than any secular Palestinian militant group, and its leaders have been pretty viciously anti-Israeli and even anti-Semitic in their rhetoric.
لن نعترف بإسرائيل.
لا مكان لكم بيننا ولا مستقبل لكم بين الأمم. إنكم إلى زوال.
Sheikh Yassin would eventually be assassinated by an Israeli airstrike in Gaza.
Sheikh Yassin and its organization, the Hamas, are responsible to the killings of more than 400 Israelis. So the question shouldn't be why now. I think it should be why not before.
Why not before? Well, because before, Israel was actually nudging and winking at Yassin and co., building them up as a rival to Arafat's Fatah. The die was cast for blowback. Blowback, incidentally, that they decided to double down on when they assassinated Yassin.
You can hear the crowds.
Is that even true that Israel have a part in the start of Hamas, or is that just a lie? Dude, did you just watch the fucking video and see not only multiple accounts, but like Israeli officials at the time, like admitting to it? Is that not enough? I don't know what else you need. What other kind of information do you need to see? You literally need to see like money exchange hands or something? Or did you just not watch the fucking video? Like, motherfuckers be like, dude, why are you pausing so much? But like, I feel like if I don't pause and like go over the things that the video shows over and over again, people just can't keep up with it.
Chanting for Hamas, and any idea that this operation would actually suppress or diminish that organization seems to be ill-judged.
The inconvenient truth is that Hamas is in part a creature of Israel's own making.
And by the way, for the contemporary Hamas, if we're going to talk about Hamas right now, there is nothing better in the eyes of Hamas than Israel routinely bombing the fuck out of Gaza. Okay? Nothing justifies the bloodshed that they want to cause more than Israelis leveling like 15-story residential fucking apartments that feature like multiple media organizations and shit, or schools. It is crazy. It is crazy to me that this never gets mentioned. Just like American invasions and American interference, whether it be Iran or Afghanistan or Iraq, has been a gift to the reactionary, fundamentalist militant groups because you're basically creating an ample ground for radicalization to occur by cutting off the futures of so many young men and women. And in some instances, literally murdering their family members. Of course you are going to have an endless supply of people that are predisposed to radicalization. Here in America, we look to young white men on the internet getting called racist as a precursor to radicalization towards white supremacy. Okay? Like, we have the comprehension to understand that young white men could even be radicalized by mean words on the internet. So if you can fucking think about how white supremacist terrorists get created in the United States of America, then literally flex those same fucking muscles to comprehend why leveling your fucking school and murdering your fucking aunt and your uncle that didn't do anything, by the way, on their way home from the fucking market is probably going to fucking make you lose your mind and take up arms against this fucking violent, colonizing, oppressive force. Okay? This is at the heart of how ISIS was built. This is how ISIS was able to radicalize so many people. Same with the fucking Taliban. And it's always going to be the exact same. If you have an imperialist or a colonizing force in your country, you can't focus on bettering your life. You can't focus on anything else. You need to rid your country of that colonization problem.
An enemy that Israel spent more than 20 years helping to build up, and then spent the next 20 years, the past 20 years that is, trying to bomb, besiege, and blockade out of existence. The 3 Gaza wars fought by Israel against Hamas since 2008 killed around 2,000 Palestinian civilians and a dozen Israeli civilians. That's the real human cost of blowback. David Long, a former Middle East expert at the US State Department under Ronald Reagan, told journalist Robert Dreyfus, "I thought the Israelis were playing with fire. I didn't realize they'd end up creating a monster. But I don't think you ought to mess around with potential fanatics. It's a lesson both the Israelis and the Americans never seem to learn, though. And as usual, innocent people, in this case Palestinians and Israelis, continue to lose their lives as a result."
Like, look at that, dude. Look at that. Those are little babies, dude. What are they supposed to do? That's how you walk to fucking school. And there's Palestinian people in my chat right now. They'll fucking tell you their first-hand accounts of their parents dying or their fucking teachers dying. Like, this is why it's fucking insane to both sides of this shit. One, because you can't both sides of this shit because, like, one is the actions of Hamas. Okay? And it's not like the people have had a say in whether the Palestinian people have had a say in whether they want Hamas in power or not for some time now. And no matter what happens, Hamas is the manifestation of the anger that Palestinians, specifically in Gaza, feel towards the occupying force that routinely brutalizes them. Okay? It's not the best possible fucking retaliatory force, obviously. I'm not going to fucking sit here and be like, Hamas is dope. It's ridiculous. They are a brutal Islamist, fundamentalist fucking group, as Mehdi Hasan perfectly pointed out. Israeli people on Facebook are... What? By the way, it's important to note that 75% of Gaza is under the age of 18, and Israeli airstrikes will not only cause more suffering on people that don't deserve it, but actively radicalize the people there. When people have nothing, no water, no prospects, no life, they often turn to violence. More airstrikes equals more militancy in the future. Absolutely. That's precisely what I'm saying. What do we say when someone says Hamas, the terrorist organization aimed at killing Jews? You say, well, the IDF is a fucking internationally recognized organization that is an occupying force aimed at killing all Palestinians. The existence of Hamas is, you know, new in comparison to the existence of the IDF. The actions of the Israeli government have preceded the inception of Hamas. Two wrongs don't make a right. But these people get punished for the actions of Hamas, and most of the time those actions are retaliatory regardless. If you want to stop Hamas, if you want to cripple Hamas, you stop bombing. It's very simple. You stop bombing, you build infrastructure in the Gaza region, you offer citizenship and protection to Palestinian people, you create a one-state government. You don't stop Hamas by fucking making more Hamas members. Okay? It's so stupid. Why is no one in the international community sanctioning Israel? Well, every time like the UN Security Council, which is already a neutered force to begin with, tries to do anything, America blocks those efforts. Hamas literally won't stop till Israel does not exist, though? Dude, that is such a fucking idiotic argument. And it's also, unironically, the same justification that an American hog will give me about the invasion of Afghanistan or the invasion of Iraq. Like, some fucking pedophile warlord in the Korengal Valley is actually going to come and take my fucking freedom of speech away. No, motherfucker. It's the pedophile warlord in the form of a Republican that's going to take my fucking free speech away, and has successfully, whether it be BDS, for example, or your right to fucking protest freely without fear that like some Republican can just drive over you and not get legal punishments for it. Okay? Well, this guy with nail polish gonna talk shit. Yeah, imagine a fucking random ass dude with nail polish delivering more sanity on this fucking situation than any number of like high paid MSNBC commentators. That's so weird. What a sad state of affairs, dude. What do you say to people who say if Hamas stops, so would the IDF? Then why did the IDF start? Why has the IDF been doing this? Why do they do it in the fucking West Bank where Hamas does not exist? Why has Israel's brutality as a fucking colonizer predated Hamas's existence? Every fucking time Israeli occupying forces beat the shit out of a mosque goer in the West Bank, you're basically telegraphing to every single Palestinian, no matter where the fuck they are, or in every single person that cares to even notice, that we don't give a fuck. It's not Hamas at all. We're going to do that regardless. If you think that this pogrom would stop if Hamas all of a sudden didn't exist, then you're devoid of historical context, and you are not looking to what Israel's treatment of all Palestinians. Hamas's existence does not justify the absolute death and destruction that Israel subjects all Palestinians to. It's called collective punishment. It is fucking illegal. It's a war crime. And yet Israel does it every fucking day. Okay? Gaza is the world's largest open air prison with 1.9 million Palestinians locked there with no way out. And then Israel decides to fucking bomb it on top of that. Sorry, though. I mean, fucking Hamas exists, so you got to do what you got to do. Okay, cry. USA funds both sides of the conflict. You and I have blood on our hands and start tax dollars to go to fund this without our consent. I mean, you literally just said without our consent. So to say that we have blood on our hands is really fucking idiotic. Israel loves the existence of Hamas. Israel loves the existence of Hamas. Okay? so they can justify the untold amounts of cruelty that they subject all Palestinians to by saying, look at Hamas. And the media literally goes along with this narrative. Okay. If Hamas was the real problem, then why is Israeli enabling the destruction of legitimate business and segregating Palestinian citizens of Israel? Yeah, so weird. But it's Hamas, because every Palestinian has the capacity to be Hamas. That's the whole point. You know what I mean? It's like the psychopathic, bloodthirsty Americans saying things like, yeah, it's every baby we kill is a potential terrorist that we subverted, brother. Like, it's no different. And some people will straight up say that. Some Zionists will openly fucking say that, by the way.
Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and his minions often accuse their political opponents of being anti-Semites.
Yes, Hamas was last elected in 2006, but in the absence of any other like actual motivated and legitimate fucking force, it doesn't matter. They have no other options anyway. Like, the people in Gaza have no other option. That's all they know. So, like,
according to Netanyahu and co, everyone from the Palestinian president to people who boycott Israel to British Labour Party leader Jeremy Corbyn to Israeli-American actress Natalie Portman. Yeah, Queen Amidala. They're all anti-Semites, apparently. But here's what's so weird and so hypocritical. Netanyahu himself has no qualms surrounding himself with actual card-carrying anti-Semites.
Isn't Hamas a threat for Netanyahu's in the upcoming election? No, motherfucker, because it's asymmetrical warfare. It's disproportionate. Hamas can fucking lob as many rockets as they possibly have and then turn around and beg for a ceasefire, but it doesn't matter. Every time a fucking every time one of those like those sirens get called and people run into bunkers, Netanyahu's approval rating is going to go up because they're like, oh, he's doing the right thing. He is Mr. fucking security. He is opposing the rabid, bloodthirsty Palestinians and giving them what they deserve. So that's why over the past like 20, 30 years, the Israeli point of view on the occupation has changed as well, where it is seen as significantly more justifiable and way more militant. Netanyahu played a big role in that.
Some of the world's worst purveyors of anti-Jewish conspiracies. See, he's fine with them as long as they support him and or Israel's occupation. Let's start with the European far right. Hungarian Prime Minister Viktor Orban has heaped praise on Hungary's government during World War II, which collaborated with the Nazis.
I've talked about all this before, but here, yeah, Netanyahu's fucking personal anti-Semitism and his relationship with other anti-Semites will be a good refresher on how he is too.
To their deaths in concentration camps. Orban also likes to blame all of Hungary's current problems on evil Jewish capitalist puppeteer George Soros.
George Soros is a speculator operating an extensive mafia network endangering the security and future of Europe, said the Prime Minister.
Netanyahu not only slapped down Israel's ambassador to Hungary for criticizing Orban's anti-Semitic rhetoric, but he and his government then engaged in the same horrific rhetoric. In July, Netanyahu hosted his new BFF, the Prime Minister of Hungary, in Jerusalem.
Thank you, Prime Minister, for standing up.
What's up, dude? Hey, two fascists, homie. That's just what it is.
For Israel in international forums. You've done that time and again.
Then there's the Polish government, which wants to rewrite history and criminalize anyone who dares to point out that the Poles were complicit in the Holocaust. Get this, Netanyahu signed a joint statement with the Polish Prime Minister agreeing that Poland during World War II helped Jews escape the Nazis, which of course is complete BS, as even Israel's own top Holocaust historians have pointed out.
The Yad Vashem Holocaust Memorial Center lashed out at the declaration, essentially blaming Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu for selling out Holocaust memory.
Wow. Now that is a strong condemnation. Let's turn to the United States.
USA! USA!
Remember, President Trump, who once kept a book of Hitler speeches next to his bed and is a hero to white supremacists, has shared anti-Semitic imagery on Twitter and praised neo-Nazis in Charlottesville.
You had some very bad people in that group, but you also had people that were very fine people on both sides.
And yet, last year, Netanyahu gave Trump a big get-out-of-jail-free card on the issue of anti-Semitism.
There is no greater supporter of the Jewish people and the Jewish state than President Donald Trump. I think we should put that to rest.
Donald Trump is the greatest supporter of the Jewish people. Seriously. If you believe that, I have a Trump tower to sell you. But look, Trump helped Netanyahu out by then moving the US embassy to Jerusalem. And who did the Israeli Prime Minister share a platform with at the opening ceremony of that new embassy? US Pastor Robert Jeffress, who says Judaism leads people away from God and that you can't be saved being a Jew. And US Pastor John Hagee, who claims...
I mean, that's what evangelicals... Evangelical Christians don't like Jews, man. They just like Israel, okay? They love Israel because Israel keeps killing Muslims, okay, in their eyes, which is a common enemy. And also because they believe that as long as all the Jews are expelled or, willingly moved to Israel, then the second coming of Jesus Christ will happen. Of course, all of the Jews that are not going to convert to evangelical Protestant Christianity, well, they'll fucking die in eternal damnation as all the nice evangelical Christians get sucked up into heaven during the rapture. But, doesn't really sound too supportive of Jews in general, right? Kind of weird.
Claimed in his book that Hitler was a, quote, half-breed Jew who was sent by God as, quote, a hunter. But of course, Hagee and Jeffress are strong evangelical supporters of Israel and its occupation. So Netanyahu is fine with their anti-Semitism. But let's look closer to home. In fact, let's look inside Netanyahu.
I mean, this is, by the way, the same energy as Ben Shapiro defending what Ann Coulter said. I forget what she said. She said something fucking insanely anti-Semitic. And he literally was like, it doesn't matter because hypothetically she supports the existence of Israel. So therefore she's always an ally to the Jews. It doesn't matter what she says, no matter how anti-Semitic she is.
Whose own home. Last year, his son, Yair, posted a meme to his Facebook page depicting good old George Soros.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, him again. With the most vile and notorious of anti-Semitic imagery. Yet Daddy Netanyahu said nothing. Then again, the Israeli Prime Minister himself has in the past defended Adolf Hitler. I kid you not. According to Netanyahu, poor...
Yeah, this one is the biggest one, though. This one is literally the worst thing he's... like, as far as Holocaust revisionism goes... Most people still don't know this, and they get fucking shocked every time I bring this up. But yes, Bibi Netanyahu literally said that Hitler learned anti-Semitism from the Palestinian Muslims.
Poor old Hitler never wanted to kill the Jews until, that is, he met the Palestinian Grand Mufti, who put that horrible idea in his innocent head.
Hitler didn't want to exterminate the Jews at the time. He wanted to expel the Jews. And Haj Amin al-Husseini went to Hitler and said,
dude, that is literally like, that's Nazis say that, dude. That's something that Nazis say, that Hitler didn't want to exterminate the Jews but expel them, is literally what Nazis say. Like, straight up, Nazis in 2021, if they want to deny the Holocaust or if they want to do Holocaust revisionism, they will literally just say that. Okay? It's fucking insane.
He said, if you expel them, they'll all come here. So what should I do with them? Yes. You said, burn them.
It's ahistorical nonsense, of course.
Yeah, dude. Hitler had no anti-Semitic ideas in mind. He just wanted to simply, do mass immigration.
And again, Israel's top historians of the Holocaust have condemned the Israeli leader for those ludicrous remarks. To recap then, Benjamin Netanyahu, Prime Minister of the world's only self-declared Jewish state, pals around with anti-Semitic leaders and preachers, doesn't say a word about anti-Semitism from his own son, and makes excuses for Adolf Hitler. Meanwhile, anti-Jewish hatred and demonization, anti-Semitism, which is a scourge and a disease, is on the rise again across parts of the West. We all have to fight back against it. But sorry, Netanyahu is not someone who has a leg to stand on.
Yeah, like, Motherfucker never read Mein Kampf, I guess. Like, it's just like completely denies the existence of like Hitler's well-documented point of view on Jews in general that predates the Holocaust. Yeah, he didn't want to. Yeah, he didn't want to fucking immigrate the Jews, man. He wanted to fucking, you know, he wanted to find a permanent solution, a final solution.
When it comes to condemning it or trying to tackle it. Because he's okay with anti-Semites, as long as they support the illegal occupation of Palestinian lands. The Prime Minister of Israel, therefore, isn't part of the solution when it comes to anti-Semitism. He's part of the problem.
Yeah, but Bernie Sanders is, of course, the real anti-Semite. Come on, boys. Bernie is the real anti-Semite, dude, because he wants he wants Palestinians to be treated like human beings. Anyway. So, or Corbyn, yeah. Oh yeah, Corbyn is the real anti-Semite, dude. So, you know, there was a bunch of videos from last night's Kristallnacht operation where like fucking teenage girls were just like celebrating the destruction of like Palestinian businesses. It was really fucked up. Here's some white chicks celebrating a store's destruction. It's like, dude, they just like came here from Alabama for, you know, for summer break, dude. They're just doing TikTok dances on like a fucking Palestinian business. I mean, for the record, by the way, this is the thing I got to Arab-Israeli business, not Palestinian. Yeah, well, the thing is, like, this is why I said it's so reminiscent of like how the old school like rite of passage for young hellspawn of lords was to go to one of the fucking colonies and like rape and kill a bunch of indigenous people there. And then that's how you became a man. You know what I mean? Because you had the protective barrier of being from a nation that had so much more superior firepower that was completely protected. Like, when you see people doing this, you have to recognize, like, these people are not fucking scared, dude. They're not scared at all. Because they recognize no matter what happens, are you suggesting they're not actually Israeli but from the U.S.? It might be Israeli. I don't know. Just listen. The point I'm trying to make is, like, you can't be posting white girl summer videos outside of a fucking messed up, like, Arab Israelis business with a fucking Israeli flag and then turn around and be like, oh, dude, this is so terrifying and what's happening is completely unacceptable. Like, it's wild. And then on the other side, you have fucking kids in Gaza, like, you know, that have no Iron Dome. There's nothing for them. They have no school because school blew up. They have no parents because parents got murdered. They have no Iron Dome that's going to save them from fucking oncoming Israeli mortar and rocket fire. They got nothing. Don't be shy. Show how many synagogues have been burnt down. Bro, you think that shit is acceptable? Like, I don't understand. I don't find that to be acceptable. Why? What is this eye for an eye nonsense? Like, I love when motherfuckers' answers is like, well, you know, fucking synagogues have been burned down. Okay. Like, I don't understand why you think I would consider that to be appropriate if I'm over here criticizing Israel's actions against innocents. So let me just say something here. Do you think it's okay that that synagogue burned down then? Because it seems like you think it's okay when the Gaza Strip gets fucking leveled. So you must be okay when Palestinians or Arab Israelis like strike back, I guess? Is that what you're saying? Huh? Is that your POV, my friend? Scarlet Muse following since 20 minutes ago. I've been listening to your inciting racist takes about my country for the past 3 days, and I just want to say, you really have a small head and karma will get you, inshallah, fucking Khamar. You're jealous because our prime minister has a bigger head than you, Khamar. Why are you minimizing synagogues burning down? Imagine if it was a mosque. What the fuck kind of take is this when the original inciting action is literally fucking peaceful mosque goers getting absolutely clapped up by the IDF to the tune of 100 injured? Like, the reason why this conflict escalated to this degree was literally because of what happened in Al-Aqsa. You're so fucking psychotic and deranged, dude. I don't know what Khamar is. God damn, dude. Are they serious but also making tiny head memes? Yeah, I don't know what the fuck that is. You think the police was there for fun? No, I think the police was there to beat the shit out of and brutalize peaceful fucking mosque goers on a holy day so that they could rile up some fucking retaliation from Hamas potentially, so they could justify additional fucking bombing campaigns on the Gaza Strip in an effort to take some attention away from the Netanyahu trial. Yes. Khamar is Arabic for ass. It means donkey. Oh, okay. That's what I do think. But ultimately, I also think that this has always been the case and that it's a great way to fucking deflect away from the personal problems of the Israeli government in an effort to keep provoking fucking the Muslims and the Palestinians that live in that region, because you just don't want them to be there. You don't want them to be there because you think they have no fucking right to that land and you want to displace them. And the reality is, like, Israel has successfully displaced millions. They just want every single one to be displaced until down to the last fucking person. And some people are pussies in the sense that, like, they will literally admit this, but will dance around it by saying, well, it's the only way. Other people are too scared to ever say it out loud. But ultimately, that's what the conclusion we arrive at. Like, that's what it is. Chanting death to Jews on a holy day so holy? Oh, really? Chanting death to Jews on a holy day so holy? I mean, wait, what's Jerusalem Day again? What is Jerusalem Day? Does anyone know what Jerusalem Day is? The ultra-nationalist Israeli holiday celebrating the occupation of Jerusalem, where motherfuckers literally were dancing and singing a previously banned Israeli song that celebrates the complete eradication of Palestinians? What the fuck kind of idiotic take is this, dude? Oh, I'm sorry. We caught someone saying death to Jews, so it's acceptable to fucking gas Muslims inside of a mosque, dude. And remember, this conversation originally started by this person saying, what about the synagogue that burned down? Why aren't you showing that? What about the synagogue that burned down? Why aren't you showing that? Because that person does not, that person's like, the synagogue burned down is the gravest fucking thing that can happen. Whereas the mosque being infiltrated by the IDF on top of the ongoing occupation and the, again, the fucking endless amounts of cruelty that Palestinians are subjected to by the Israeli government, all of that is justifiable. It's always justifiable, but the synagogue is not. How about neither of them are justifiable? How about that? I mean, they are MAGAs of the Middle East, and that's precisely why they fucking love Donald Trump. I love that you are racist because you're criticizing our country. Oh no, that's my fucking favorite. That's my favorite thing is just like the inherent anti-Semitism of saying like all Jews equate to Israel. all Jews equals Israel, which is fucking literally anti-Semitic, you know, if a Muslim person were to say that, then, oh my God, I can't believe how anti-Semitic you're being. But then, like, literal Jewish people would just, like, straight up turn around and falsely equate all Jews and their point of view, reduce it to a monolith that, like, Israel's fucking untold amounts of cruelty is absolutely fucking justifiable. And all Jews are on board with it. Stop giving this person nobody knows Jerusalem Day is. I didn't know, and I'm Israeli. It's a small religious minority dogpiling. Wait, so your fucking take is that, like, some fucking random dipshit saying death to Jews on a fucking phone captured on a phone video justifies wholesale death and destruction, but you turn around and you see hundreds of fucking Israeli minorities, okay, that are celebrating literally a fucking holiday that celebrates the occupation, and that is just a tiny minority. I mean, they're innocent. Okay, if all Israelis are not a monolith, which I don't think they are, hopefully, and I know actually that there are plenty of fucking Israeli Jews that are not inhumane dipshits that justify the cruelty that Israel subjects Palestinians to, unlike yourself. If you don't consider them to be monoliths, then do you not understand that Palestinians are not a fucking monolith either? And yet Israel's literal fucking dragnet / collective punishment campaign as an occupying force in the region is precisely for that reason unjustifiable and an act of fucking a war crime and unjustifiable and an act against humanity? How do you not recognize that? You don't recognize that because you don't see Palestinians as humans. Okay, that's the only reason why your fucking cum-stained glasses can't see the reality. Okay, your fucking header is stupid. I want you to humanize civilians on both sides. We didn't choose we were born, dumbass. Yes, but you chose to defend Israel's actions against the Palestinians. You dumb fuck. You chose to hate watch me for 3 days. I never said that, like, all Israelis are should be subject to collective punishment. I would never say that. It is not my worldview. But you are the person who singularly came in here, literally watched 3 days worth of footage, pogroms, fucking Kristallnacht 2.0 every fucking night, and turned around and decided to justify those actions. You are a piece of shit individually for that reason, okay? For nothing else. You're not a piece of shit for being born on Israeli soil. Of course not. As I mentioned time and time again, that there are plenty of fucking brilliant, thoughtful, pacifist Israeli Jews, some of which I know, some of which I've had on this fucking show in the past. You are not one of them. You are just an asshole separately from that. Anyway, humanize. Yeah. Why aren't you humanizing this? This is so fucked up. Dude, I love it, dude. Yo, it's great, dude. Marginalization card is just so fucking OP. It's so OP, dude. I can always just fucking pull it out. Should we talk a bit more about the big fucking conspiracy theory you were just spitting? What? Which conspiracy theory? I have a lot of respect for you, Hasan, but that take is so out of line. Should we talk about Savannah from the Circle? Who the fuck is Savannah from the Circle? Oh, this guy literally just annoying fucking troll. What conspiracy, man? Your take is so out of line, dunking on right-wing conspiracy theories and then come with that take line. Go ahead. Explain to me what conspiracy I'm talking about. Oh, yeah. I'm from Israel. I didn't know what fucking Jerusalem Day was. Also, happy Jerusalem Day from the IDF. On this day, in the Hebrew calendar in 1967, IDF soldiers liberated the old city of Jerusalem, reunifying the eternal capital of the Jewish people. We wish you a happy Jerusalem Day. That's crazy, man. That's just this little known fucking holiday called Jerusalem Day. All right, what is this? What is this conspiracy theory that I'm spitting? Apparently. No, I'm definitely keeping her as a pet. Yeah, I love that. She keeps calling me a donkey in Arabic too, apparently. Everything has been done to get focus away from Netanyahu completely out of interest. No, I have specifically talked about it time and fucking time again that Netanyahu, much like the American leadership, will utilize like either war or use the red herring of mass immigration, like the immigrant caravans coming in, is just simply continuing his endless fucking campaign against Palestinians, which he brutalizes, but cranking it up one more notch so that people get riled the fuck up. There is a retaliation, and we shift the focus away from his goddamn fucking situation, his own legal situation. How is that a fucking conspiracy theory when that's even like the New York Times point of view, by the way? And not only that, Scarlet Muse is a known extremist. Check that profile. The reason isn't just the trial, it's also because the coalition to oust Netanyahu was going to finish negotiations that night and he needed to disrupt their plans. It's like Thatcher in the Falklands War. Oh, yeah. Yes. Why? Peki. Yok yemem. The opposition to Bibi was about to form a government for the first time in history with Arab parties, and due to the recent tension rise, it all fall apart, basically giving Bibi a golden ticket for the 5th elections. Look at Scarlet Muse logs. Wait, she got more? Yes. I'm known now. LMFAO Nazi chat. I'm a YouTube frog, that's why I know you have a small head. And by the way, I vote Moretz, so you're basically a racist scum for assuming my political positions. I'm a racist scum for assuming your political positions. Listen, I'm gonna keep it 100 here, okay? If you're a YouTube frog, then you've probably seen the endless amount of fucking takes that I've had against anti-Semitism, against Nazis in general, and about how anti-Semitism is a rotten fucking idea that has justified so much cruelty towards Jewish people throughout history. So if you've actually a fucking YouTube fan of mine, then you probably have seen that. So you probably are aware of this because you've seen me dunk on idiots in the chat that come to me with these idiotic takes. I don't give a fuck if you're Jewish or not, okay? Like, that has nothing to do with anything, okay? The assumptions I'm making have nothing to do with your background, as I have said time and time again. You can simultaneously be Jewish, Israeli, and a fucking brain-dead, genocide-justifying asshole, which you happen to be. Okay? It's fine. You just like, you know, you can hit the Nazi button all day, even in a community such as this one, which, you know, gets attacked by Nazis quite regularly and is very clearly not Nazi. But you can try to fucking be like, well, hold on. I can't believe, like, you won't let me justify my fascism. You must be a Nazi. That marginalization card is not going to work here. I'm just letting you know. It literally will not work here, especially because I am so fucking careful with the language that I use and will routinely clap Nazis that say idiotic shit. Anyway. where Nazis a person is in for a rude awakening if they literally go anywhere online. Anyway, it won't work on anyone who is familiar with Hasbara and Zionist talking points. Oh, straight up. Like, this is not the first time I've had... Dude, the funniest thing is I had like a... what do you call it? I had like a LSF post. I think of me clapping that guy who was saying like... kill the Jews or whatever the dude was saying in that TTS, and me saying like, fuck you. Why would you do that with your like literal account, you know, outing yourself? And I looked at the comments. I don't even know where it is actually. I guess it went away already. They like took it down maybe because it was too political. But I looked at the comments. Oh, here it is. Dono too stupid to troll streamer. And there were motherfuckers in there like, here, this happened yesterday.
The Jews, kill the Jews.
India, like they'll never come to an end.
Kill the Jews, kill the Jews,
India
kill the
versus
Jews, kill the
Pakistan,
Jews, kill the Jews, kill the Jews, kill the Jews, kill the Jews, kill the Jews, kill the...
Oh, Jesus Christ. Why would you fucking donate? Why would you donate? With your fucking email, dude. I love doing this, okay? Obviously, I'm not going to dox this person, but I love when dumb motherfuckers literally go, and it's like always some idiot with like a fucking student account too. Like, so not only do I know your name, okay, but I also know what school you go to. Like, I could fucking literally report you to your fucking dean. Not only am I going to report you to Twitch, okay, and Streamlabs is going to automatically ban you, but like now you've put yourself in a compromised position where your school could take action against you. It's so good. It's so fucking awesome. So I said all this, and there were still people in the comments being like, the funny thing is Hasan actually agrees with that position. It's like, why would I agree with that position? Like, why? When have I ever said anything that is even anywhere near that position? How can you watch a fucking video of me literally clapping someone for saying that and threatening them with like potential expulsion and go, but you agree with it? It's like, that's not funny. You just made that up. Like, why did you just make that up? I love it, dude. They're so stupid. And then there was a lot of like, I can't believe he's gonna fucking put someone in, and he's gonna fucking, I can't believe he's gonna fucking like get someone in trouble for saying, you know, just for being cringe in the chat. Really? Just for being cringe, dude? That's crazy. $1984, brother. Wait, where is it? I can't find the fucking... Get fucked, the amount of Nazi trolling by great names in the Sun's chat. Sad thing is, it might not be right-wingers, but a combo of reactionaries and leftist black hammer types. We got a dozen of those. I think it was this guy, maybe? Was it that guy who got deleted? It's top of the hour. Those aren't Nazis. Those are Palestine supporters. Ah, yes. I know to help Palestine. I'll try to troll and annoy the guy actively convincing 10,000s of people to support my cause. Yeah. I love being a Palestinian and you know, making myself look fucking horrible in the midst of like someone who is giving an honest and legitimate fucking voice to our cause and side. I remember what you said a few days ago. You are contradicting yourself again. Oh, remember that IG infographic of those two girls with coffee talking about the conflicts happening that almost everyone shared? Well, the IDF made their own shitty propagandized version of that infographic. What's going on between Gaza and Israel? Since Monday, terrorist organizations in Gaza have been attacking Israel with thousands of rockets. Why is the IDF attacking Gaza? To stop the rocket fire, we are only targeting those responsible for the attacks and the places they're operating from. What terrorist organizations are there in Gaza? The main one is Hamas, which controls Gaza. Another one is Palestinian Islamic Jihad, which takes its orders from Iran. What are their goals? Both organizations call for the destruction of Israel. This is so good, dude. I like that they made the exact same guy. Is the IDF also targeting civilians in Gaza? No. Our goal is to target Hamas and Islamic Jihad terrorists who are firing rockets at Israeli cities. We have no desire to harm the civilians in Gaza, which is why we decided to control their water and literally shut it off and only give them electricity when they're being good. And being good is, of course, a subjective concept that we've decided is going to happen. Also, we don't want to harm the civilians in Gaza. We just want to fucking lock them in the world's largest open-air prison. Israelis also use their bomb shelters so fewer casualties. Do the Gaza people build shelter for their people? Oh, yeah, dude. Oh, no. I can't believe the people of Gaza didn't think to make bomb shelters, dude. That's crazy. Yeah, the reason why, for example, people in Gaza don't have water is because they were too stupid not to build, water wells, right? Just kidding. We learned yesterday that Israel literally fucking not only destroys wells to the tune of 400 wells been destroyed by the IDF, but also, isn't this just a self-report? He's just literally saying, like, we fucking bomb civilian buildings because the terrorists know this, and that's why they fire rockets from residential areas. Like, how is this any justification? Why are there more casualties in Gaza than Israel? Because we do everything possible to protect our civilians. We developed the Iron Dome, which intercepts rockets midair before they hit the ground. And at the same time, Hamas is intentionally positioning its civilians in the direct line of fire. Dude, the entirety of Gaza is a residential area. You are the one who is firing the rockets. Why do you make it seem like these rockets are automated or something? And like, there is no way to stop them. Why is it that like every time you talk to a fucking bloodthirsty fucking IDF supporter, they literally self-report on how much of a bloodthirsty operation the IDF is by just being like, there's no way we can stop these rockets, okay? Like they're gonna be fired on residential neighborhoods or on areas where the rocket fire is coming from. There's just no way to fucking stop it. So, you know, it's just that like Hamas is just like putting their civilians in the line of fire. Like, where are they coming from? Where are the rockets coming from? Maybe that's Hamas's justification too. They're just firing rockets into Israel because Israel is, firing rockets back into Gaza. So they're just trying to hit the fucking rocket sites. What is the IDF doing to mitigate harm to civilians in Gaza? When possible, we send text messages, drop leaflets, and issue evacuation orders from danger zones. Just leave your fucking school. We're gonna bomb it. Hamas tries to discourage Palestinians in Gaza from listening to our warnings. What is the IDF's mission in all this? The IDF, dude, ethical bombing of civilians in their residential neighborhood is such a fucking incredible, like, neoliberal fascism is so good. Like, the audience eats this shit up, which blows my mind. What it's like, but dude, you don't understand. Like, we're bombing residential neighborhoods in an ethical way. You know, we just let them know ahead of time that we're gonna bomb. I don't understand, dude. What's the problem? Where are they gonna evacuate to? The fucking ocean? I mean, that'd be pretty poggers in the eyes of the IDF. Anyway, I'm from Palestine. They don't always warn us. Sometimes they give them 2 minutes to get out and warn neighbors. The IDF's mission is the same as always, defending the people of Israel. We want to live in peace with our neighborhoods. with our neighbors. Yeah. Nothing says you want to live in peace with your neighbors by literally evacuating them until they are no longer neighbors and bombing them until they are no longer neighbors. You know what I mean? So I guess that's like kind of true. He does want to live in peace with their neighbors. He just wants to control who the neighbors are. I want to live in peace with my neighbors. That's why I like to do Siderat cinema and fucking plant couches as, you know, the IDF is bombing the shit out of my neighbors. Stop being so hypocritical. How is the IDF meant to control the high-tech missiles that they fire off at civilians? Yes. Nobody knows. With the spread of misinformation, it's time to set the record straight. This is why we attack multi-story buildings in Gaza. Dude, why? Dude, you have to literally be a psychopath to think that this is acceptable propaganda. Or you have to literally, like, this is... Like, this is your justification? The IDF only strikes multi-story buildings which are military targets. And we, of course, decide what a military target is. For example, when such building contains military elements such as intelligence headquarters, military offices, weapon caches, and research and development facilities. Prior to such strikes, the IDF takes every feasible measure to enable civilians to evacuate the building and to mitigate damage to civilian people and property. Hamas deliberately places military sites inside these buildings, purposely endangering civilians. So what is Israel supposed to do? Let Hamas keep firing rockets from those buildings? The IDF have to protect Israeli citizens? Bro, they've leveled so many fucking buildings and rockets keep coming. It seems like it's not a very successful method of stopping rocket fire. Here's a successful method of stopping rocket fire. Don't fucking do ethnic cleansing. That's one way of doing it. I don't know. But the IDF takes every feasible measure to enable civilians to evacuate. What are we supposed to do? Build them somewhere to evacuate to? Yeah. Yeah, build a fucking Iron Dome for Palestine, too. For Gaza. Do it. Have you seen this garbage posted by the IDF? What? What the fuck? Another significant achievement. Yesterday evening, the attack was carried out in another multi-story tower, the Nadi in Gaza City. The tower was used by terrorist organizations. We won't stop here. We will continue to act in any way necessary to protect the security of the residents of Israel and eliminate threats from the Strip. Why does the IDF have to use nuclear weapons on apartment buildings? A guide. Guys, oh, this is a good one. Gaza isn't an open-air prison. It's a means-tested overflow facility with walls for disenfranchised people of not Israel. The IDF targets nurseries because some of those kids might join Hamas. Oh yeah. Listen, the point is, this propaganda is so bad because like they're so comfy with their fucking brutality that like they kind of don't care anymore. That's why I assume for like normal people who see this, they're like, what the fuck? This is psychotic. You know what I mean? Like, this shit only works if you've already demonstrated, like, absolute blind loyalty to Israel and, like, everything they do, and you just don't view Palestinians as, like, human beings, which, unfortunately, plenty of people don't. So I guess it does work on a group of individuals. But, like, this is like not bringing new people to their side, I don't think. That apartment picture literally just says we're fine with killing hundreds of civilians for 2 Hamas members. My friend is Israeli and on mandatory assignment in the IDF and he's doing social media. It's all Zoomers sabotaging them. If Israel wanted to do an ethnical cleansing, Gaza would already be far gone. Dude, they are already far gone. What the fuck are you talking about? Dude, it's 1.9 million people. It's not that easy to fucking ethnically cleanse 1.9 million people, okay? Like, you're wrong. And they are already doing that. They just have them in a submissive state. No, this is bad propaganda because the right wing is trying to reach out the center-left people or left-of-center people, and they don't know how to do it. Yeah. Also, they're doing it they're in the process. Also, what kind of fucking take is that, dude? You're literally like, you sound like a Nazi being like, if fucking Hitler wanted to wipe out the Jews, he would have done it immediately. He wouldn't need to like take them in the fucking concentration camps or some shit. Like, these are actual fucking fascist talking points. I'm talking with a friend about this issue and his argument is that Hamas would refuse the one-state solution. Yeah, fuck them. Who gives a shit? In your mind, how do we deal with the current day radicalized Hamas because we can't change the past and all messed up the world is done? Hey, Hamas is only powerful as long as their existence is justifiable in the eyes of Palestinians who have been brutalized by the Israeli state. A good way to fucking end Hamas's existence is not by consistently creating more members of Hamas by bombing the fuck out of Gaza, but instead by taking a more ethical approach and not bombing the fuck out of Gaza and offering all citizens equal citizenship. Okay? Insane. The answer is just to negotiate with Fatah only. That will make people more likely to vote Fatah if it means peace. How many of the Hamas have killed their own missiles which did not reach the territory outside of Gaza? And why do you not mention how many people in Israel have been murdered from the Hamas? Until now, the Hamas fighters hide themselves behind the childs of Gaza? What? Hamas is blowing their own citizens up with their own missiles is such a fucking... that's like a pathetic person who has already like given up on the argument and they're just straight up just like, no, it's actually not Israel leveling entire city blocks. It's Hamas doing it. And as we talk, if I'm not mistaken, hold on, I want to look at this video really quickly, see if it's okay to stream, but like ground troops are mobilizing. Ground troops are mobilizing as well. This isn't a video from that, but a separate one. Didn't know you lived in Israel and lived with the people and knew what they thought of this whole topic, lol. Yeah, dude, as a political commentator, I only speak about issues that I have personal experience and personal relationship with. Don't you know that that's how it works? Also, history in its entirety is not a subject that you should ever even learn because you weren't there. So how could you possibly know? You're right, dude. Very cool. Thank you. There's fucking little kids and women there, by the way. Why are the soldiers so small? Their peepees are small. This is like a Hamas recruitment ad. I mean, all of this shit is. IDF spokesperson says IDF air and ground forces are now attacking the Gaza Strip. More details to come as of 3 minutes ago. And there it is. Casualty comparisons for reference. Here it is, dude. These are conservative estimates too. There you go. Does that seem proportional to you? Does that seem like a proportional response to you? Does that seem like there's equal sides to this conflict? I mean, these are coming from the IDF, just for the record. Like, this is not. These are the most conservative estimations. Why does it say targets hit versus rockets fired? Because Israel doesn't show the rockets that they fired. They just show the targets that they hit. And even then, it pales in comparison to the rockets fired from Gaza, because rockets fired from Gaza don't hit targets. Usually. Because either they're like fucking a shitty ass like bathtub meth equivalent of fucking rockets they make, or they're intercepted by the Iron Dome. Yeah, I mean, this is just one aspect of the conflict. Jesus Christ, look at this. The rockets Hamas uses cost like $800 each. Yeah, the rockets Israel uses are $40,000. Unless you meant that to be like, oh, dude, actually, it doesn't fucking matter. Like, they're spending a lot of money. Irish Marxist reps makes great points against Israeli ambassador to Ireland.
Extraordinary. Are you not just taking us, ambassador, for idiots? That you can say with a straight...
Did I run a fucking ad at 2? Or did I forget? Fuck me. I think I forgot, didn't I? Let me see. Yeah, I ran one an hour ago. I forgot to run one. I'm going to run it right now. If you'd like to no longer see the ads, boys, you already know. All you need to do is subscribe. You can do it for $5 or for free. With a Twitch Prime, you get a free Prime subscription that you can use on whoever the fuck you want to. Here's the ad. And I'm going to start the video again. Okay. I'm running the fucking ad right now. Okay. And here's the video.
We're serious about peace, but while we're serious about peace, we're going to seize Palestinian land. And you expect the Palestinians to just sit back and do nothing about that. Now, you know what the Palestinian people have been asking for. Far less even than some people would ask for. Because I believe the whole apartheid system should be dismantled. But what they've asked for is to lift the siege of Gaza. Just to lift the siege of Gaza. Let them have an airport. Let them have ports. Let them not be dictated to by a government for whom they do not vote as to what can go in and out of their territories, whether they will have power, whether they will have clean water, whether they will have medicine. What makes you think you're allowed to have nuclear weapons and the 4th biggest army in the world and visit destruction on the people of Gaza? Ambassador, I will say frankly, I'm one of the people who thinks you should be expelled from this country, and I believe that it's to do with the policies of your state. If I was Jewish and had never stepped foot in Israel, I could claim citizenship there tomorrow. But 6 million people whose origins are in what you now call Israel, who were forced out in 1947 or 48, do not have that right. Isn't that part of the reason why the Palestinians are in dispute with Israelis? Because you deny them the right to return to their homes and to their land and to their villages, and that they have a legitimate claim, even under international law, to return, but you deny them that right. Why do you deny them that right? And why do you give that right to other people who have no connection whatsoever with the land, whether you call it Israel or whether you call it Palestine? Why do you continue to seize land if you're serious about Oslo and the two-state solution, which under that agreement is land designated to be Palestinian land? 500,000 people, most of which has taken place since Oslo. You allow that to happen.
Take a lesson in history. The Palestinians are the only ones responsible for the situation. Instead of spreading false information and hatred, actually learn something. Whenever Hamas, Ramallah, whoever have acknowledged Israel's right to exist in the world regardless of borders. What? I'm so confused by this. Like, it doesn't even fucking... This motherfucker put Palestinians in quotes, dude. You are such a sick freak. I swear to God. Bias much? Most biased stream on Twitch, LMAO. Bias much? You deny Israel's right to exist, though? Dude, you literally deny Palestine's right to exist. You deny Palestinians' right to exist. And the worst part about it is that Palestinians that say, like, oh, Israel should have never existed, or fuck Israel, or whatever the fuck, they have no power. But you, on the other hand, are justifying ongoing ethnic cleansing. Like, that's the difference. It's fucking reality, you ape. Ethnic cleansing, LMAO. Can you define ethnic cleansing while going on your hatred crusade? Yes, I can define ethnic cleansing. Yeah, what Israel is literally doing in both the occupied... What Israel is literally doing in both the occupied West Bank and especially in fucking Gaza is ethnic cleansing. The displacement of Palestinians as a project, as an ethno-state building project that Israel has had since basically its inception. Motherfucker put Palestinians in quotes. You are such a fucking rabid, like, you are such a rabid, bloodthirsty animal, dude. You literally are fucking scum. You're worth less than the fucking dog shit I step on, dude. My God. If a Palestinian ever spoke of an Israeli in this kind of fucking term, you literally justify all death and destruction upon all Palestinians. And yet you speak of Palestinians in this way? It's fucking disgusting, dude. How we deny the right to exist? We agreed to 48 and 67. Yeah, dude. You're really agreeing to 48 and 67 right now with what the fuck's going on. God damn. Like, you are literally a Nazi. It doesn't matter if you're Jewish or not. You are operating exactly like the fucking Nazi did with their rabid hatred against the Jews. How is it? It's so fucking hard to comprehend this for some people. I don't understand how.
Why do you allow it to happen? If you're serious about giving this land to the Palestinians, it's absolutely extraordinary. Are you not just taking us, Ambassador, for idiots? That you can say with a straight face, we're serious about peace, but while we're serious about peace, we're going to seize Palestinian land. And you expect the Palestinians to just sit back and do nothing about that. Now, you know what the Palestinian people have been asking for. Far less even than some people would ask for. Because I believe the whole apartheid system should be dismantled. But what they've asked for is to lift the siege of Gaza. Just to lift the siege of Gaza. Let them have an airport. Let them have ports. Let them not be dictated to by a government for whom they do not vote as to what can go in and out of their territories, whether they will have power, whether they will have clean water, whether they will have medicine. What makes you think you're allowed to have nuclear weapons and the fourth biggest army in the world and visit destruction on the people of Gaza, but they have no right to defend themselves? They have no territorial sovereignty over that land.
Could you ask questions, please?
How do you justify that?
Yeah. All right.
How do you justify those double standards? Very lastly, Ambassador, people like Bishop Tutu, Nelson Mandela, and I would certainly describe your state as a apartheid state, with different laws for people depending on their race or religion. For example, at checkpoints going into the West Bank, there's a channel if you're Israeli or European, and there's a channel if you're Arab. Just because you're Arab. If you came into Dáil Éireann and they stopped you and said, are you Jewish? Oh no, sorry, you can't come in through the same entrance as Irish people or European people because you're Jewish, you would call that racism and apartheid. You practice that with your checkpoints and your military barriers and your apartheid wall. How can you justify that?
Gaza has lost most power and the ground invasion is in progress. Videos will come soon live from Gaza. My family didn't agree to have our village taken in 48, and we didn't agree to walk from Jericho to Amman, Jordan on foot, being chased and shot at by Israeli jeeps and tanks in a 67. Dude, I don't know what you're talking about, dude. Hey, you should maybe ask yourself, did you flee or you were forcibly displaced from your home? You know, as Conan O'Brien did yesterday. Come on, there's a distinction. It's hotly disputed. Can you imagine fucking literally having that point of view? Just like people talking about like how they're subjected to living in fucking refugee camps in their own country, in their own territory, in their own homeland. And the question is like, Conan O'Brien's like, well, you know, there's a difference between like forcible displacement and people fleeing their homes. Ireland has always been anti-Israel and is one of the only European countries which has the balls to. I'm proud of my country. Well, I wonder why. I wonder why the Irish would have such strong opinions on, I don't know, ongoing occupation of an indigenous peoples. I mean, that's crazy. That would be so strange to think about. Why? I don't get it. The fuck do you mean, dude? They have experienced similar issues with England throughout their history. That's literally, they can straight up make a one-to-one comparison almost. I go to a very lib school, and all day I've been seeing fake woke pro-Israel infographics. It's so clear the right wings are trying to make a narrative where being pro-Israel is woke, and at least in my school it is working. Yeah. Well, I'll tell you this much. Just like I said during the George Floyd protests when they originally started in America, I never thought that I would have fucking 40,000 people listening to what I have to say about Black Lives Matter. I actually never thought that I would be able to speak openly about Palestine and the issues that Palestinian people have been, the problems that they've been subjected to by Israel, and have so many people actually hear it out and also listen to it and understand that side. This is like unheard of. The amount of support that Palestinians are now getting from the international community is literally fucking unheard of, because they certainly weren't going to get it from those fucking dog shit Gulf state governments and their dog of a fucking administrations there. Those fucking cowards. Okay? So, I mean, that's the reality. Morals and built intelligence is powerful and people listen. And Joe Biden too. I mean, dude, our government is responsible for every single individual child death. Like I said, we look away, but we're taking a side. We're actively taking a side in the ongoing genocide, dude. And that side is with the genociders. Anyway. You come here and you're going to end up finding yourself in the Turkish embassy. What? Anyway. Oh, RT Russia Today is just like straight fucking broadcasting it. But is it ethical genocide? Oh, totally. Do not, please, Hasan, the IRA and Hamas are not the same, please. The PIRA and the Sinn Féin are very different from Hamas. The situation may be similar, but do not compare them. Seriously, please. They're more similar to Fatah. Yeah, no, I'm not saying they're... No. I never said that, like, Ireland is pro-Hamas. I said that I understand why the Irish people would understand the conflict because it's so fucking personal to them. I never said that. I'm not saying that, like, the IRA is like Hamas. I refuse to go on birthright. It honestly makes me sick that I can't get all expenses paid trip to Israel. Dude, that's crazy. I've told you this before, dude. If you have an opportunity to get a fucking free trip to Israel, like, yeah, I mean, do it. Bye, Nico. Why the fuck wouldn't you? Just do it. Know what the fuck they're feeding you, and remember, remember the propaganda and report back to us about what the fuck they told you. Anyway, Ireland may be incredibly poor Palestine, but we just had our Palestine march stopped by the state while anti-mask lockdown protests were allowed while COVID restrictions were even tougher. I think they just couldn't stop the COVID anti-mask lockdowns. IRA did engage in an extensive bombing, though. Do you know what the Israeli flag means? What? Apart from being a national movement, Zionism was also a colonial endeavor aiming at the colonization of Palestine with the help of a large colonial power from those who divided the lands of natives. I mean, yeah. Like, I understand the interest that Jewish people have in building a homeland. I don't have a problem with that. Same with fucking Kurds. I don't have a problem with that either. But your homeland can't be built upon stolen land, and its only justification for existence is like thousands of years in the past, and its continued existence relies on murdering and displacing indigenous populations. Like, you can't fucking do that. Palestinians say birthright plays a role in ethnic cleansing, so Jews should boycott. I mean, I could understand that. I know İsrail kara saldırısına başladı Filistin'e karşı. Farkındayım, evet. How many homelands are built upon stolen land? That's a great question. All of them, right? Almost all of them. Except you should ask yourself, like, I guess you would find it allowable. Like, I guess, like, all the slavery and the genocides that occurred, like, I guess you would not only stand by or stand back and let it happen, but you would also defend it, I guess. Do you see what I'm saying? Because this is happening right now. No one is disputing that, like, every single land has inherently been stolen, or there's always been ongoing conflict. What I simply ask of you is to look at the situation that is right before your fucking eyes, and recognize what happens over and over again. And I guess it kind of shows. I guess it basically kind of shows that you would allow that sort of thing to happen. It's not about the land, it's about the rights of the people on that land? Yes. They literally left their homeland, came back years later, stole the land, and killed the indigenous people. I mean, they were allowed to be placed on that land by another colonial power. I think that's important to also recognize. Like, a lot of Jews had nowhere to go, and so they were placed there by another colonial power, which is at the heart of so much of this historic conflict. I don't know if this is real or not. I saw the Instagram story of like a IDF soldier claiming that he was selling Palestinians or whatever. I don't know how real that is. Please help. I'm arguing with my dad. He said, name states that warn their target and give people 1 hour to leave before bombing the buildings where leaders of the terrorist organizations reside. All of Israel's neighbors want to push Israeli people into the fucking sea. Wouldn't you defend yourself? Ask your dad if it would be all right if, like, I don't know, the Mexican state warned you before bombing your house. Listen, they ultimately warned you, like, and I guess someone else is living there. They said the justification is because someone else is literally living there. Guys, come on. We're warning you ahead of time. Where can you go? Who cares? Where can we go? It doesn't matter. Don't worry about that. Oh, yeah. Some of the most pathetic shit I've heard. When it comes to Israel, memes have replaced morality. Bari Weiss with another fucking fire fuego take. I can't believe... I'm so glad she left the New York Times. Like, she self-canceled from the New York Times so she could fucking cry about this shit. Okay? I plan to take the morning off. The doctor says that stress is not good for baby making. But sitting here, scrolling through my phone, looking at the tsunami of lies. Lies that have permeated every Instagram story and every viral meme and every TikTok video and every popular Twitter account. I am weeping. Hold on. I gotta... Hold on. For the past few years, leaders within the American Jewish community have been deeply worried about whether the Democratic Party, with the win now in the sales of the Squad, would go the way of labor under Jeremy Corbyn. That question now seems tragically parochial. The world has gone Corbyn. Look online. When Andrew Yang, the frontrunner in the New York mayoral race, tweeted on Monday, "I'm standing with the people of Israel," AOC rallied the online hordes. The anodyne statement was, she said, utterly shameful, and the pile-on ensued. By Wednesday, Yang had all but apologized. The ratio is the new veto. How pathetic. It turns out America didn't need a Corbyn. We just needed a Twitter and a few reckless demagogues in Congress. And now supporters of Israel, including many Jews, are so scared of getting bullied online that they've just decided to sit in silence, hoping the lies will dissipate on their own. Give me more of this. I need to read this in its entirety. Like, this is so bad. I actually got a lot of pro-Israel infographics saved. If you want to look at them for content, here is one. Let's see. 4 myths circulating on social media about the violence in Israel. The violence in Israel? Like, are they going to say that, like, myth, Israeli police have launched an assault on Al-Aqsa Mosque during Ramadan? Bitch, we saw it. It's on camera. Do they think that cameras don't exist? Sorry, let's hear what this one is going to say. Fact. The is the violence we are seeing is the result of Palestinian incitement. Yes, dude. They were praying really hard. Okay? I'm sorry, my friend. They were praying really fucking hard. And that's scary, bro. I'm just saying, dude. In the days leading up to the riots in the Temple Mount compound, Palestinians stockpiled stone slabs, rocks, and fireworks around the site. Isn't this wonderful? Like, a lot of you came into this community when you started watching the Black Lives Matter protests, and you saw the exact same counters from reactionary hog animals. Like, literally the exact same. The tool of the fascist reactionary is always to just make the marginalized come out to be this fucking demon. But because of the asymmetry of power at play here, it is a laughable fucking conversation to have. Thousands of worshippers leaving Friday prayer hurled rocks at Israeli police officers guarding the site, who responded accordingly. They had fireworks around the site. Videos from inside the mosque show stun grenades landing inside prayer rooms as projectiles used to disperse the crowds outside have gone through doors left wide open. Guys, they left the doors open. Obviously, if you leave your door open, I'm gonna have to fucking throw rubber bullets in there. Do you not understand, you fool? Oh, you simple fool. The doors were left open, so obviously, again, we are bloodthirsty animals, I guess, who can't control our urges to do murder, and therefore, you fucking have, you have doors open. I'm gonna throw a gas canister in there. Fact, or myth, the so-called assault on Al-Aqsa is a Jewish effort to suppress religious freedom. Fact, never has there been greater religious freedom from protection for all worshippers in Jerusalem since Israel took control of the city in 1967. When Jordan ruled the city, Jews were denied access to the Western Wall and to the cemetery on Mount of Olives, where Jews have buried their dead for more than 2,500 years. Nearly 60 synagogues were destroyed and Jewish tombstones were ground up and used to pave roads. Jordan also passed laws that barred Christian institutions from acquiring real estate and limited how many Christian schools could open. Wait. But that's what Israel does now. Wait, that's so weird. They're just like... the funniest part about these the funniest parts about these kinds of fucking countermeasures or like reactionary talking points is always like, it's so violent and aggressive what the Jordanians did to our people. Okay, well, but you're doing that right now. Like, you're literally doing that. So aren't you isn't that a self-own? Like, aren't you kind of saying like, it's kind of fucked up? These actions are kind of fucked up and no one should do it? Those rocks are just sitting there menacingly. Okay. Israel abolished all of Jordan's discriminatory laws and made it illegal to restrict access to sacred places, which is why Israel now restricts access of Muslims to sacred places. Literally stopping worshipers at checkpoints. This happened last week. There are checkpoints everywhere. Everywhere that Palestinians are allowed to travel to, there are Israeli checkpoints that stop them from traveling. And they literally stopped buses full of worshipers from getting to Al-Aqsa, forcing them to walk. This actually happened last week. What the fuck is he saying? Or whoever this person is. For example, the Muslim Waqf oversees the mosque on the Temple Mount while Israel oversees security. Myth. Eviction of families from Sheikh Jarrah is ethnic cleansing. This is not ethnic cleansing. This is a legal case. Dude, tell me how this is any different than Nazis literally saying it's illegal to be Jewish. And we need how do you say it? Lebensraum? Like living space. It's literally the same. You can say anything is legal. Slavery was fucking legal. The case centers on 6 families, and the Israeli Supreme Court hasn't ruled on whether the landowners can evict the families who have been at-will tenants on the land since the 1980s. Rather than wait for a court decision, Palestinians have made the families cause célèbres. What? Celebrities? Like what? Inciting violent clashes with Israeli police and Jewish extremists. Wait, they even admit that, like... Oh, I didn't know that was celebrity for the cause. Cause célèbres. I did not know what that meant. About something you said a bit ago, my friend says, there's no reason to talk about reforming Gaza and build schools and airports as long as Hamas is in power because it uses the resources only for war against Israel is proof of that. They had 4 years of peace from 2014 and did nothing to reform Gaza. Dude, are you fucking insane? Like, the 4 years of peace came at an untold amount of fucking dead babies and entire city blocks wiped out. Like, here, I'm going to tap the fucking... Hold on. I'm going to tap the sign, boys. I'm going to tap the fucking sign. Operation Protective Edge, where 2,000 Palestinians died. 2,104 Palestinians died. 495 were children and 253 women. Those are the Israeli numbers, too. They're literally currently bombing. Right now, as we speak, as we're having this conversation, I can't show you, but as we're having this conversation, they are bombing the fuck out of Gaza at this moment, and the ground invasion has started. Yo, but Israel's right to self-defense, though. Israel struggles to win hearts and minds in media war on Palestine, but it doesn't fucking matter. Like, it literally does not matter. It does not matter that they couldn't win the hearts and minds because they keep doing it, and the governments that they're showcasing here turn a fucking blind eye. Or, in the case of the United States of America, literally fucking fund these rockets. I don't know if this is real or not. Did the UK government actually send fighter jets to Israel to support the military invasion of Gaza? I don't know if that's... I don't know if that's real or not. It's unverified. Sorry. I was allowed to go to Al-Aqsa once in 4 years. I'm 19 years old. Sorry for spam, but this is one of the most hypocritical shit I've ever read. Boys, you don't understand. The best defense is a very strong offense. The best defense is... Boys, the best defense is ethnic cleansing. Like, you don't understand it. They're just doing the best defense they can. Myth, this violence is about sovereignty in Jerusalem. Fact, the conflict over Jerusalem is fueling only part of the tension. Ah! Of course they fucking have to bring it back to Gaza. Yeah, always. Okay, we gotta fucking... The bad optics of fighting for your life. Yeah, dude. Bari Weiss is fighting for her life, boys. In the comfort of her esteemed, pillowy fucking life. Okay. Like, I need to defend my life from a New York fertility clinic. I am under fire, it feels like. Devastating. Absolutely devastating. I love this, dude. It's just so... What ethnic cleansing really looks like in Israel?
Israel
Dude, I can't watch this, dude. This is terrible. I have some sympathy for Bari Weiss. She had to go through canceling herself. That's super traumatic. The IDF didn't enter Gaza yet. That was a false alarm. I'm watching Al Jazeera with live feed from Gaza. They've lined up their tanks and military members at the border, haven't they? Trust me. And also, the IDF literally said they're entering Gaza. So, like, you might say that they haven't entered Gaza yet, but the IDF officially declared that they are entering Gaza. They're currently just airstriking. Okay, let's get back to this fucking epic tale. I'm writing to you from the waiting room of my fertility clinic. Getting pregnant when you are gay is not so romantic, so we try to do little things to make it nice. Last night I took a bath. We watched Mayor of Easttown. Nellie opened a bottle of red. Then she grabbed my stomach and gave me a shot to trigger ovulation. I plan to take the morning off. The doctor says that the stress is not good for the baby making. But sitting here, scrolling through my phone, looking at the tsunami of lies. Lies that have permeated every Instagram story and every viral meme and every TikTok video and every popular Twitter account, I am weeping. I'm sorry, dude. But, like, conservatives are literally right. Like, we are pussies. Okay? If you hyperventilate because you saw a fucking Twitter meme and it's, like, ruining my life, and the fucking meme itself is, like, not justifying ethnic cleansing in Palestine like the ones you're used to, like, you are a gigantic pussy. Oh my fucking God. It's crazy. This is crazy. Like, I'm fighting for my life. It appears that standing up for the right of innocent people to protect themselves from a genocidal terrorist organization have become extremely risky for one's brand. The worst thing that is happening in Palestine is not the ethnic cleansing. It's not the murder of children. It's that when I try to defend it, people call me out on it now. And that is really fucked up. That is really, really fucked up. The worst thing about genocide is when I defend it and people get mad at me. I'm getting canceled on Twitter again. Lies have replaced truth. Memes have replaced morality. Hashtags have replaced history. I'm speaking, of course, about Israel. In the past 48 hours, according to the Israeli Defense Forces, more than 1,500 rockets have rained down Israeli cities. Those rockets are being launched by Palestinian Islamic Jihad and by Hamas, which has controlled the Gaza Strip since Israel unilaterally withdrew from it and forcibly evacuated every last Jewish resident from the territory in 2005. Israelis have gotten used to living life in a kind of perpetual war. On Tuesday, Nellie was on a call with a journalist in Tel Aviv who abruptly hung up because the sirens started wailing. A friend sent a photo of his mother crouched in a bomb shelter. All okay, he said. Friends across country told me about huddling with their children, crying in safe rooms. It's fine, they insisted. But living life like this is not fine. It will never be fine to have children killed by terrorists whose explicit aim is to kill them. Okay. Serious question. Why are you writing this article after 13 babies were fucking murdered by the Israeli government? Like, how do you not see that, like, the Israelis that you talk to have a robust defense system? And thank God for it, by the way. Great. You know, have all the defenses that you want to have. But, like, how do you not recognize? How do you not recognize, dude, that, like, this is not an Israeli news source. This is Bari Weiss, who is an unconditional Zionist. This is 16-year-old Nadine Awad, an Arab citizen of Israel, who was killed last night, along with her 52-year-old father Khalil, when a Hamas rocket fire from Gaza hit their home in central Israel. May their memories be a blessing. This is certainly not... Oh, God, that's the worst part about it. She's like, hey, listen, if, you know, this is absolutely fucking devastating. But also, on top of that, you need to see this. Do you think I don't think there are casualties on the Israeli side? Do you think that that's acceptable? Do you think that I think it's fine to fucking bomb Israel? Are you fucking stupid? I don't think any of that shit is acceptable, dumbass. But if you're not going to fucking mention, like in the aftermath of a continued Israeli bombing campaign, how many fucking Palestinians have died, and then hyper focus on an Arab Israeli who, at a moment where Kristallnacht is literally occurring, where Arab Israelis are getting beaten the shit out of, and people like Jewish Israelis are looking for Arab Israeli citizens to beat the fuck out of, like to use an Arab Israeli as a propaganda mouthpiece that recently just died with their father is fucking disgusting. You act like it? No, motherfucker. It makes you... When have you ever denounced Hamas? When have you ever denounced Hamas? Are you fucking stupid? What do you think? I like a fundamentalist Islamist group? Like, I don't understand what this fucking take is. Why are you literally a fucking Nazi, dude? I came here 10 minutes ago, so and you haven't you haven't mentioned Hamas, so you must be in defense of Hamas. Plus, you're Muslim, so that doesn't help. With my POV that you're probably blindly loyal to Hamas or some shit. Haven't heard you denounce Al-Qaeda this stream. Yeah, I know. I have to do that. Hold on, guys. Let me get it out of the way again. You know, there's like I got to check in with everybody who's just joining, who might not know my position. Guys, I'm a leftist, okay? So I denounce all Islamist fundamentalist extremist groups, from Wahhabis, Wahhabi extremism, to Hamas, to Al-Qaeda, to ISIS, to the Taliban. I just want to let you guys know that I am not fine with these groups and the way that they operate, specifically because they believe the opposite of everything I believe. Okay? They believe literally the opposite of everything I believe. So I'm just letting you know. Not good enough. Also, didn't mention Boko Haram. Hasan is a terrorist. Oh, Boko Haram. Armenian genocide happened. Hold on, let me get through all of it, dude. Holy shit. But of course, I also denounce the terrorist leaders of terrorist nations like Bibi Netanyahu and Israel, and the United States with Joe Biden and Donald Trump. So, you know, that's a given as well. I just want to let you guys know that you might not like it, but I am consistent on that. So, anyway. Another reminder, or another hourly break that I need to take is also, aside from denouncing every cell that has ever, every militant group that's ever existed, it's also top of the hour, which means there's a 60-second ad break coming, and I do not denounce that. I do have to run one right now, but if you'd like to no longer see the ads, I mean, obviously, there are things that you can do, like subscribing to the broadcast. If you like it, you should. You can do that for $5 with a regular Tier 1 subscription, or with a Twitch Prime, which is free. So, there it is. This was Bari Weiss's priorities during the BLM protest last summer. Businesses trying to rebound after unrest face a challenge. Oh, fucking Christ. I can't believe Halsey posted about Michael Brooks. That's so great. That's fucking awesome, dude. Rest in power to Michael Brooks. Yo, where are the posts of the Palestinian dead kids? Oh, wait, they literally have jack shit? What? What do you mean? Where are the posts of the Palestinian dead kids? I don't know what this is saying. Oh, here, by the way, I forgot to run the ad, but here's the ad break now. Sorry. They're saying no post about Palestinian kids. Oh, yeah, of course not. The media literally fucking rips you. I mean, even I've gotten fucking censored by Twitter for saying Israel's violent actions against Palestine or some shit. Okay, let's watch
Middle East.
Let's watch a video real quick.
Full-scale war between Israel and Hamas as deadly clashes escalate. Matt Gutman is there on the front lines in Israel. Matt.
Hey, good morning, Michael. Right here is where a rocket landed earlier this morning, firing shrapnel at 360 degrees. And the shock waves from that blast punched in those walls. The 100-pound warhead apparently ignited all of these cars. And just as we were standing here, we found a toddler's pair of shorts that appeared to be blown out of one of these apartments. Now, scenes like this are
that's Hamas shorts.
Making the UN's warning of a possible full-scale war seem much more likely this morning.
Overnight, the sky igniting with Israeli airstrikes and Hamas rocket fire. As Israeli warplanes howled over Gaza, this salvo of missiles ripping into this 14-story building. Drone video flying over the debris fields. Israel said it was targeting Hamas infrastructure.
Serious question, what is the end game of the scenario? What are the possible repercussions of Israel's actions? Nothing. And the end game is complete, full, total annihilation.
But warned civilians before bombing. Palestinian health officials say over 80 people have been killed, including Hamas operatives, but also dozens of civilians and at least 17 children, nearly 500 wounded. Hamas has launched over 1,600 rockets towards Israel the past few days. Those rockets,
for the record, these aren't Hamas rockets. These are Iron Dome rockets.
Targeting the Tel Aviv metro area where nearly half of the population lives. A Palestinian rocket hitting this Israeli apartment building. Rescuers scrambling to get people out. Some brought out on stretchers. Those air raid sirens wailing almost hourly, including while we were on the air.
Another siren sounding, which means there's about a minute and 30 seconds before the rockets start falling. There they are. You can see some of it looks like Iron Dome projectile rising right above us.
And there is little sign of let up.
But they are not running out of rockets just yet. They have fired quite a lot of rockets, but unfortunately they've been able to stockpile a lot of rockets over the last years. So that is not the case.
Would you say there are thousands more?
I would say that there are thousands more.
The conflict also spreading to the West Bank, where Israeli troops clashed with Palestinian protesters. In the Israeli town of Lod, ethnic Palestinian citizens of Israel clashing with police, leaving dozens wounded. They say they are demonstrating against being treated as second-class citizens. And south of Tel Aviv, this horror. A mob of right-wing Jewish activists pulling a terrified Arab motorist out of his vehicle, even using an Israeli flag to beat him.
Literally fucking, that's white supremacist terror. Like, that's straight up white supremacist terror. There's also a report of what do you call it? A right-wing Israeli mob beating the shit out of a Jewish person because they thought he was fucking Arab, for the record. And even Haaretz and Israeli media has covered that as a lynching, for the record. They are second-class citizens. And not only that, but also the IDF either turns a blind eye to this or literally supports it.
Now, today is Eid al-Fitr. It's one of the holiest days in Islam, and we've spoken to Palestinians here in Israel and in Gaza, and they're telling us it does not feel like a holiday. Now, President Biden has said it is his hope that we will soon see a cessation of violence. The Israeli military telling me it has no timeline right now, and if it has to, it will launch a ground campaign into Gaza, so certainly no immediate end to the violence in sight. George.
It has exploded so quickly. Okay, Matt, thanks.
Yeah, I mean, they beat the shit out of a fucking Knesset Jewish member. Like, even if you're a Jew, even if you're an Israeli citizen, if you're fucking standing in solidarity with the Palestinians, you'll get your fucking ass beat by the IDF. They'd have to be citizens to be second class. Israel treats them like the fucking Taliban, except they're mostly civilians. Why don't you at least say that extremist Arabs have also kicked the shit out of a random Jew in Acre? One, because I didn't know about it. And two, like, again, if we're comparing, like, what is going on, the brutality and the fucking violence that people are being subjected to, are you really going to make the argument that, like, that Israel's casualties match up with the Palestinians? Unless you literally think that, like, a Palestinian life is worth nothing. As the holy month of Ramadan comes to an end, Jill and I send our warmest greetings to all those celebrating Eid. May you all well be throughout the year. Eid Mubarak. Yeah, dude. Eid Mubarak, my fucking ass, dude. You fucking stupid geriatric bitch. Tuyil. Here's two Israelis who were clearly not in harm's way, shielding themselves from opposing Hamas. Safe to show for stream.
חבר'ה, להשתתח. תשתתחו בשכיבה. כולם. חבר'ה, להשתטח על הרצפה בשכיבה, על הבטן, כמה שפחות שטח פנים למעלה. הכל בסדר, הילה. להשתטח כמה שיותר. הילה, everything is okay, הילה. Everything's fine. Well, it's finishing. Don't worry.
מה זה?
I mean, it's still fucked up. It doesn't matter if they're not actually in fucking harm's way. Like, they're still fucking terrified of, like, incoming like rocket fire. You know what I mean? It doesn't matter. Like, but always remember that if on the Israeli side you have people that are this fucking afraid, remember those air sirens mean that, like, the Iron Dome is going to protect them. Palestinian side, though, there is no fucking air siren or there is no air horn. It's just a mortar shell that already blows up a part of your fucking apartment, and then immediate fucking bombings that occur, and you have no shelter to go to. All you can do is leave your fucking apartment, which will then get obliterated. Okay? So just remember that. Like, if you feel terrible, as I do, for Jewish people that are on the Israeli side, like, genuinely fearful for their lives, then remember that on the other side, they have no protection. Like, they have nothing. So, motherfuckers who bring this shit up, like, people who bring this shit up don't understand. Like, dude, okay. Like, this is terrible. You're absolutely right. Thank God Israel has the Iron Dome. Right? Whereas, like, the Palestinians have nothing. They have nothing. Here's the comparison, dude. How do you guys like that? You think that's the same, boys? They don't got no Iron Dome. They don't have the fourth largest army behind them, nor do they have the largest armies backing. Is that white phosphorus? I don't know. Probably not, right? Those are our tax dollars at play here. That's the other part of it. Like, no, I don't think it's white phosphorus. These are our tax dollars at play, boys. Perhaps if the illegal settlers are scared of Hamas, they should evacuate, like they enjoy telling Palestinians to do. Yeah, that's not going to happen, obviously. Like, I don't pay taxes, joke's on you. Dozens and dozens of armed Israelis are surrounding Sheikh Jarrah. 2 of them walked into my yard. Police have brought dogs with them. Unusual. Our minds are with Gaza. Tax dollars to Palestine are also being used to destroy Israel, boys. What? Dude, the aid to Gaza and Palestine was so low under the Donald Trump administration that Israel literally had to step in and ask for more money for Gaza. Like, I'm not even kidding. The Trump administration cut off nearly all aid to Palestine. Yeah, the U.S. stopped all aid to Palestinians in West Bank and in Gaza in 2019, which was only $200 million of U.S. aid to Palestinians. Not like weapons, by the way, just fucking flour and shit. Okay? And even Israel stepped in and asked for more for the Palestinians. Bari Weiss also said this depraved shit. Mass slaughter of citizens is one of Zionism's political responsibilities of power, says Bari Weiss. The result of this mess, as always, are especially bad for the Palestinians who live under Hamas rule. Casualty reports are hard to verify because Hamas controls the media, even international press inside the Gaza Strip. But it appears that more than 50 Palestinians have been killed. Some of these people are entirely innocent non-combatants, including children. This is an unspeakable tragedy. It is also one of the unavoidable burdens of political power, of Zionism's dream turned into the reality of self-determination. I mean, I think that's honest. At least she's fucking honest about her bloodthirsty fascist take on Zionism. It's honest, boys. What do you want? It's literally fucking honest. What is this? Phosphorus confirmed. Shabab correspondent. I don't know what this is. The occupation fires artillery and phosphorus shells east of El Sanati and Kuza east of Khan Yunis. Rashida Tlaib is speaking on the floor right now. Israel used white phosphorus before. Oh yeah, Human Rights Watch covered this in the past. Israel extensively using white phosphorus, which is a war crime, by the way, in December 2009 in its military occupation or its military operation.
More because of my country's policies and funding will deny this mother's right to see children live, her own children live without fear and to grow old without painful trauma and violence. We must condition aid to Israel on compliance with international human rights and end the apartheid. We must, with no hesitation, demand that our country recognize the unconditional support of Israel has enabled the erasure of Palestinian life and the denial of the rights of millions of refugees and emboldens the apartheid policies that Human Rights Watch has detailed thoroughly in their recent report. I stand before you not only as a congresswoman for the beautiful 13 districts strong, but also as a proud daughter of Palestinian immigrants and the granddaughter of a loving Palestinian grandmother living in the occupied Palestine. You take that and you combine it with the fact that I was raised in one of the most beautiful, blackest cities in America, a city where movements for civil rights and social justice are birthed, the city of Detroit. So I can't stand here. I can't stand silent when injustice exists, where the truth is obscured. If there's one thing Detroit instilled in this Palestinian girl from Southwest, it's you always speak truth to power even if your voice shakes. The freedom of Palestinians is connected to the fight against oppression all over the world. Lastly, to my city in Palestine, Ashanik, Anawak Hannah, I stand here because of you. Thank you. I yield back.
Thank you very much, Representative Tlaib, for your very personal words about the situation in Palestine. Next, I would like to yield 5 minutes to my colleague, the Pride of Minnesota, Representative Ilhan Omar.
Thank you, Congressman Mark Pocan. And I want to extend my gratitude to Marie Newman for helping lead this important discussion. And I want to thank all of the members who are here who showed up in solidarity. Mr. Speaker, as someone who has experienced war firsthand, I have deep understanding of the suffering that comes along with it. As a child, I lived through a violent civil war.
Hold on, I want to show you guys something, okay? You want to know what it looks like when you don't have fucking shelters? You want to know what it looks like when you don't have fucking shelters, dude? When you don't have the Iron Dome and you don't have shelters, dude? This is what it looks like when Israel is bombing your city. You need to see it. You need to see this shit, dude. Just for the record, for all of the endless amounts of like videos that you can show me of people just being like, "Oh my God, how devastating." During Eid, the holiest fucking day in Islam, they don't have fucking shelters to go to. They don't know if this is going to happen to their house. They don't know if their house is going to explode and they're going to be considered a fucking number, a casualty, another civilian death, another baby who's fucking killed in the crib. And then the justification from the IDF will be that the justification should be that you that they just housed or had fucking Hamas member in the house. That's what it looks like. That's why it fucking blows my mind when people say, this is a complicated issue. This is a complicated issue. Like, how is this a fucking complicated issue, dude? I don't know, man. It doesn't seem like a complicated issue. Do people expect Israelis to leave Israel or to live with Palestinians in the same country? Or do most people think a two-state solution that personally I think might work? This is happening under a two-state solution, brother. The two-state solution is a fucking lie. That the two-state solution has been a fucking lie to justify the way that oh my god, what the fuck? Why did you send me that, dude? You fucked me up. You absolutely fucked me up. Look at this tweet. This is not me. Stop linking me this. How would I be in 1980? It literally looks like Poke. It's him. I can't believe he was alive. I can't believe he's Yoda. I gotta stop clicking links in the chat when I'm in the middle of something. An actual space frog. Can you go back to the house stream? If not, where did you find it? What do you mean? Fucking live.house.gov.
The pandemic hit. People who protest, including young children, are routinely shot by the IDF soldiers, often killed with...
This is the two-state solution, exactly, at play, because it allows for Palestine to get savaged and for them to carve up territory for security. Yup. That's why you hear fucking psychopathic Zionists in here that also say Israel has a right to defend herself against Hamas terrorists. Israel has a right to exist, two-state solution. That's why you hear, like, these motherfuckers who are literally proceeding and defending the act of ethnic cleansing simultaneously scream, there should be a two-state solution. Yeah, bitch. If there was ever going to be two fucking equally powered states where people could live in their own fucking territories, but that's not happening, and it's never going to happen. It goes to show you, though, what motherfuckers mean when they say two-state solution. That's what they mean. He's saying, dude, come on, two-state solution. Like, Israel has a right to defend itself against Hamas terrorists, two-state solution. How will the Palestinians live with the Israelis? I think the real question is, the real reason why Israelis do not want a fucking one-state solution is because there's more Palestinians. There are more Muslims in the region. There are more refugees that have been displaced. And that's precisely the real reason why a one-state solution would never happen, okay? It's not because how will Palestinians live with Israelis? It's because how will Israelis live with the Palestinians? Much like how white people get fucking terrified when you give black people rights, because they think when black people, or much like how Nazis get fucking worried and say, much like how Nazis get worried and say things like, oh, well, we're going to be a minority now. Because they know what they did when they were the majority. So they're worried that they're going to do the exact same thing when they're no longer the fucking majority. When white people become a minority, we're going to get fucking subjected to the same kind of cruelty that we put everyone under. And that's precisely why there is no opportunity for a one-state solution. Okay? That's why, because they're projecting. Because they know what they're fucking doing right now. And of course, if the roles were reversed, that would be horrific and cruel. I wouldn't want that either, obviously. But that's precisely why motherfuckers don't want a one-state solution. Because if there was a one-state, and if it was democratic, it certainly wouldn't be exclusively occupied. The Knesset wouldn't exclusively be occupied by Israel and very few opponents of Israel. There's no path forward beyond either. There's only two paths forward, as always. This is how conflict is resolved. Either Israel is going to ethnically cleanse all Palestinians by murdering them, as they're doing right now and as they have been doing for a very long time, or there's going to be a one-state solution with equal rights and protections for all, with reparations on top of that given to Palestinians. That's it. No other way out of this. And unfortunately, just like what I believe is going to happen with America and our border policies, we are just going to go towards more and more cruel ways and subjugate the Palestinian people. It's never going to fucking happen. The other one is like, people look at me like I'm fucking crazy when I say this. A two-state solution? I don't know. Two Palestines seem like a lot of Palestines, but okay. Yeah, it's not happening. Yeah, I know it has begun. I know. I already talked about it. Yeah. IDF air and ground troops are currently attacking in the Gaza Strip. They're fucking flexing. I accidentally bought Diet Mountain Dew and now I actually like it. So what do we do? Just advocate for the U.S. to stay neutral? What? There is no neutrality. Inaction in the face of injustice is siding with the oppressor, which is what, like, we claim that we're doing, but we're not even doing that. We have never stayed neutral on this issue. We have always advocated and facilitated in Israel's ethno-state nation-building project. We are 100% on board with what the fuck Israel is doing to Palestinians, okay? You watch this fucking child get bombed. You watch the city get bombed. The curtains flying into the apartment with the shockwaves, and you recognize that we fucking paid for it, okay? We paid for it. We stopped other countries from ever saying something about it, and we still continue to defend it to this day. If there was a one-state solution, would there not be horrific racist actions against the Jews? Again, you are asking a question in a hypothetical situation that where, like, Jewish people will be subjected to the same kind of hatred that they subject Palestinians to in this day and age. Okay? So that's more of a self-report than anything else. Okay? War is about to start. War has started. It's basically no different than saying shit like, what if Hamas had an Iron Dome and nukes at the same time? Like, wouldn't it be justified to fucking blow them up now? Like, it's just, it's not a war. It's genocide. It's not a war. It's ethnic cleansing. That's what it is. There's 1,000 years of trauma that makes it a very valid concern. This doesn't justify the actions, but it does need to be addressed before a one-state solution. Okay, dude. I love the fucking baby ass woke language that people apply when they're talking about, like, listen, man. If we're talking about like building a fucking one-state solution, I'm not concerned with like the Palestinians operating like the Israelis do currently. I'm first and foremost concerned with reparations, okay? That's one way to fucking avoid the centuries of trauma, okay? How about that? Is that good? I'm more worried about the Jewish people attacking Palestinians at an individual or community-wide level if a single state was created. These people have been fed propaganda. It'll be hard to change them as people. I think a one-state solution is correct. Yeah. Like, literally, you're saying, I'm worried about... You keep saying, I'm worried about if Palestinians had the power. What if they were to do the same things that we're doing to them? And when you fucking say that, you are already understanding the problem here. And the problem is what Israel is doing right now to the Palestinians. And by the way, this happened in apartheid South Africa as well. The casualty numbers are at 109 now, according to the Palestinian Ministry of Health. 28 children, 15 women have been killed in Gaza. 621 have been injured. You know, they're not targeting civilians, though, obviously, so... Do you think there's any shot of Biden defunding Israel? Abso-fucking-lutely not. Abso-fucking-lutely not, dude. Why the fuck? Why does India support Israel? Think about it. Why would one fascist state that is straight up genocidal against the Sikhs and also the Muslims that live within its borders be on board with another fascist genocidal state that is like actively doing ethnic cleansing to Muslims? Kind of hard, man. That's kind of weird that like, I don't know. I wonder why these two fascist leaders would be collaborating and be in support of one another, dude. Did you watch the Shabibo videos on this issue? No, it'll make me lose my mind. I don't want to watch it because it'll cause me, it'll make me have an aneurysm. And I don't want to have an aneurysm as I fucking watch Ben Shabibo justify genocide. Why are there so many fucking idiotic Turks that I've been seeing saying shit like this? It would be inhumane to not feel sorry after watching this, but all the blame can't be put on Israel. Hamas also bombed Israeli civilians, but they managed to protect themselves. So the video shows what would happen to Israelis if they weren't a developed nation. As in, like, what? If fucking there was another Israel that did Israel-like things to Israel? Is that what he's saying? Why are Turks like this? I'm so confused by fucking these baboon Turks that are like avid defenders trying to do both sides here. I guess maybe because like it's one way to justify I think maybe some of the Turks probably see this as like maybe some of the Turks see the similarities within the Turkish government's treatment of Kurds, so that's why they like feel like it would be hypocritical if they did not. I'm not dismissing the atrocities committed by Israel. I just think it's brain dead to advocate for a one-state solution because this obviously wouldn't work. Hamas openly calls for the killing of all Jews. I love this take because when I fucking turn around and talk about the extremist religious minorities in Israel that want to fucking openly kill all Arabs, you say, well, that's just a fucking extremist minority. But when it comes to the fucking Islamist fundamentalist Hamas, you're like, oh no, that represents all Palestinians. Like all Palestinians want to wipe out the Jews. Here's one way to fucking solve that problem. Okay, are you ready? Because I'm not even going to sit here and act like fucking all Palestinians love the Israeli government or Israel's people or anything like that. I'm not gonna sit here and say that. Here's one way to solve that conflict. Stop fucking murdering them, dude. If you stop doing ethnic cleansing to a group of people, okay, that's widely fucking broadly condoned and sanctioned by a government, then the other group of people that are marginalized historically are not gonna fucking hate you. But no, they're fucking sending ground troops instead. Isn't Hamas firing rockets from populated areas? How would Israel target them without civilian casualties? Okay. Is the only way to fucking stop rockets from being fired by literally firing rockets back? I'm so confused by this take. Like, is that Israel's only response to everything? Is that what you're trying to say? Like, why am I in a fucking loop all the time? If that's the case, then why the fuck has the rocket fire from Gaza not stopped? They've leveled half the fucking city. So what's up? Why hasn't it stopped, dude? Beyaz ulusalcı Türkler İsrail skiye alarak Araplara söverek kendini Avrupalı ve Batılı hissediyorlar o yüzden. Oh, okay. The UN is going to meet on Sunday? Yeah, after the fucking casualties reach 1,000 by that point. Dude, America had one side that wanted to fucking continue enslaving black people and another side that was not fine with that to a certain degree. And, you know, there was conflict and endless amount of bloodshed. And look at us now, okay? It can happen. All right? People fight all the fucking time. Look at the entirety of Europe. Not a good example. I mean, it's fucking certainly better than Israel-Palestine. Stop saying horrible analogy. Literally every system that has been brought about in the aftermath of conflict is a better system than Israel-Palestine. and what is going on currently in Israel and Palestine. Okay? I can't listen to the... Okay, I can't listen to the fucking Norm Finkelstein video because I get copyrighted whenever I do that. Hey, by the way, the new episode of Fear and Malding is out. I forgot to mention it, so I probably should right here. We got the new episode of Fear and Malding that's out already. You can find it on YouTube or wherever you get your subscription or wherever you get your podcasts. Also, never know what they were. Okay, first we can start off for the show.
And if we get an overwhelming show of support, we were thinking.
Yeah. Also, if we get to 5,000 reviews, it's on Spotify too, I think. But if we get to 5,000 5-star reviews on Apple and everywhere else, like, we will release these hentai body pillows to raise funds. We haven't decided what charity yet. Maybe for a Palestinian one, who knows? I mean, I don't know if we'll actually get to it by that time, but... yeah. Okay. Noam Chomsky debate? Dude, are you crazy? You think I'm going to watch a fucking... You think I'm going to watch a fucking... like, hour, 30-minute Noam Chomsky debate on this? That's crazy. This shot somewhere in your apartment, or do you have 2 Bernie props? No, I have 2 Bernie props. One of them I gave to Will, and we're using... No, this is not my apartment, dude. What the fuck? No, this is where I... No, this is where we shoot. It's like the podcast studio. Yeah, dude, I'm fucking caked up like that. I mean, you watched 3 hours of TLC? Yeah, that's actually fun. Dude, stop. Dude, you keep asking me, do you think Hamas and Israel planning together? Just asking. I'm almost certain that this motherfucker just created this account. Just either created this account because he's like delusional, or just created this account for me to say yes so we could just like, oh, it's the Turkish guy. Never mind. Okay. No, I don't think Hamas and Israel are planning this together. That's a fucking idiotic take. Okay? Stop just asking, bro. Okay? God damn, dude. Fucking Turks. What is happening here? Why is this not working?
With what our aid supports, we have to be honest and ask ourselves questions, like why we are using our veto power and the UN Security Council in preventing statements from being released about concerns for this violence alike. The President and many other figures this week stated that Israel has a right to self-defense, and this is a sentiment that is echoed across this body. But do Palestinians have a right to survive? Do we believe that? And if so, we have a responsibility to that as well. And with that, I yield back to the representative. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for those words. It is now my honor to yield 3 minutes to the representative from Missouri, Ms. Cori Bush.
No, we're not selling the pillowcases yet. I said we're gonna release them to raise funds for a charity.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. St. Louis and I rise today in solidarity with the Palestinian people and in memory of our brother, Bassem Masri, a Ferguson activist who was with us on the front lines of our uprising for justice following the police murder of Michael Brown Jr. Bassem was a St. Louis Palestinian. Bassem also lived in Jerusalem, Palestine. Bassem was one of us. He showed up ready. As a Palestinian, he was ready to resist, to rebel, to rise up with us as our St. Louis community mourned Mike Brown Jr.'s state-sanctioned murder and as we demanded an end to the militarized police occupation of our communities. Palestinians know what state violence, militarized policing, and occupation of their communities.
Hasan, I'm an Indian supporter, and I support every other take on the issue, but India is not oppressive against Sikhs, although the current government cracking down on Muslims, and yes, the ruling party pretty much supports it. Thank you for reading my message. What about the farmers, dude? Maybe not as bad as, like, Muslims, but pretty sure that's an ongoing issue. Sorry.
On the grass near where Michael Brown Jr. was murdered. And I remember them describing to us what to do when militarized law enforcement shot us with rubber bullets or when they tear gassed us. I remember learning that the same equipment that they used to brutalize us is the same equipment that we send to the Israeli military to police and brutalize Palestinians. I remember Bassem putting his life on the line with us. I remember him live streaming for the whole world to see our struggle. I remember our solidarity, and I remember the harassment, the extortion, the brutalization he faced for resisting with us. That harassment, that extortion, that brutalization by a heavily armed militarized presence in our community, that's what we fund when our government sends our tax dollars to the Israeli military. St. Louis sent me here to save lives. Bassem's loved ones and his community, our St. Louis community, sent me here to save lives. So that means we oppose our money going to fund militarized policing, occupation, and systems of violent oppression and trauma. We are anti-war, we are anti-occupation, and we are anti-apartheid, period. If this body is looking for something productive to do with $3 million, instead of funding a military that polices and kills Palestinians, I have some communities in St. Louis City and in St. Louis County where that money can go, where we desperately need investment, where we are hurting, where we need help. Let us prioritize funding there. Prioritize funding life, not destruction. So today, we remember Bassem. We remember his resistance in the face of militarized police occupation as a St. Louisan and a Palestinian. We lost him to a health crisis, but we remember his words today. Until all our children are safe, we will continue to fight for our rights in Palestine and in Ferguson. We stand with you in solidarity. Thank you.
Thank you. May I inquire on how much time we have left?
The gentleman has 13 minutes.
Great, thank you very much. I would like to yield 3 minutes to a great colleague and mentor of mine, Representative Jan Schakowsky from Illinois.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. I am horrified and saddened by the ongoing escalation of violence in Gaza and in Israel. We have now seen over 1,800 rockets being fired indiscriminately at Israel's citizens who are now fleeing for their lives. Yes, I believe that Israel does have a right to defend herself. Now 103 Palestinians and 7 Israelis are dead, including children. It is so painful, this cycle of violence that we see over and over again. Yes, I believe Israel does have the right to defend herself, but in the end, there are no winners. The United States can play a role. The Biden administration has dispatched the Deputy Assistant Secretary of State, his name is Ilhan Omar, to Israel, and he is, his job is to deal with the situation in Israel and Palestine. And I am hopeful that we will see a de-escalation and a ceasefire. But a return to status quo is simply not enough. Earlier this week, prior to the attacks, I was deeply disturbed by the intentional and the intended evacuation of Palestinian families, some of whom have been in their homes for decades. The Biden administration, through its National Security Advisor, Jake Sullivan, has also conveyed its consternation, its
What's going on with her, dude?
About the evictions, and has called and has urged the administration to remain heavily involved to secure to address the root causes of this violence, including ongoing evictions, displacements, and occupation, as it works to secure a ceasefire. The violence must end now, and we must work to enable dialogue that can lead to a just, safe, and secure future for both Israelis and Palestinians. And I yield back.
Thank you very much for those words, Representative Schakowsky. It is now my honor to yield 3 minutes to Representative Chuy Garcia from the state of Illinois.
Thank you, Representative Pocan, to members of the body. The occupation must end, and there must be a just solution for both peoples. We cannot keep turning a blind eye to the practices that rob people of their generational homes and detaining children. Israeli and Palestinian families
look Turkish
want
as
to
fuck.
raise their children in safety.
I've officially decided this is the most Turkish-looking congressperson in America. It's crazy. Like, he literally looks like he's
While
just
the
straight
evictions
Turkish.
in West Jerusalem and the hostilities
Tam Türk değil mi
around
lan?
Al-Aqsa Mosque seem to have provoked the latest escalation and violence, we've got to take a hard look at how the situation has changed.
He
in
looks
recent
Mexican
years.
as fuck. He does.
The Biden
Dude,
administration
this
must
dude is
reverse Trump's
straight out of Turkey.
detrimental
The way he
actions
looks is
and
straight
take
out of
steps to
Turkey.
ensure
The beard,
that
I mean, the
US
mustache
aid
and
to
everything, not beard,
Israel
sorry.
cannot be used for seizure.
I
or
know he's not
destruction
Turkish.
of
I'm just saying he looks so
Palestinian
fucking
homes.
Turkish.
We've also got to continue humanitarian aid to Palestinian territories. The use of
Mexicans are
war-grade weapons
Turks.
and the killing of civilians must stop. I've always strongly supported a rights-based approach and a two-state solution to the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. And the current situation makes it more crucial than ever that we pursue viable pathways toward equality, self-determination, and peace. I sincerely thank Mr. Pocan and the Progressive Caucus.
I mean, why
for
do you
putting
think
this
we
special
love
hour
fucking
together. I
Rasitas?
hope and
Because he
pray
looks so fucking
that death
Turkish.
and self-destruction will end, and that we may work on a peaceful solution centered on the humanity and the rights of all involved. I yield back to Representative Pocan.
Thank you very much for those words. It is now my honor to introduce from the state of Indiana, the extremely patient, because he's been here for nearly an hour waiting to speak, Representative Andre Carson.
Thank you, Congressman Pocan.
Rasitas isn't Mexican though. Yeah, I know, dude. He's Spanish.
Solidarity.
All I'm saying is like there's like a lot of Hispanic and Latin American people that just like look very Turkish, and Turkish people look like Hispanic and Mexican or Hispanic and Latin American people.
And I join the countless people around the world, Mr. Speaker, who are vehemently opposed to the planned forced evictions of Palestinians in Sheikh Jarrah.
Damn, these dudes are like
saddened by the escalating violence that threatens Israelis and Palestinians alike. We must condemn all forms of violence and mourn the loss of both Palestinian lives and Israeli lives. I stand here today as one of 3 Muslims serving in Congress on Eid Day, heartbroken to see the attacks on worshipers at the Al-Aqsa Mosque, one of the holiest sites of Islam and our holiest month of the year, by the Israeli government. For decades, Israel has violated international law and basic human
why are
rights
Democrats just like
through its
straight up ripping into
systematic
Israel right now? I'm kind of surprised.
of Palestinians. For too long, America has looked the other way as Israel has engaged in this horrific campaign against Palestinians. Now, Israel is our security partner. In fact, the U.S. alone gives Israel billions of dollars per year. But we must make sure that our taxpayer dollars are not being used to fund human rights violations. Enough is enough. America has a moral obligation to use our influence to protect the victims of human rights violations, including the Palestinian people. And we must work to strengthen our work to bring peace to this region. This is our moral responsibility to do the right thing. It's not about Jews versus Muslims or Israel versus its neighbors. It's about right versus wrong. And let me be clear, Israel's decade of forced displacement is wrong. That's why we're working hard in Congress to make things right. Our American government must enforce international law and our own foundational principles. And our allies, like Israel, must be held accountable for human rights violations. Now, we're going to keep working hard in Congress.
All right, who's going to shit on Joe Biden, though?
Much-needed legislation that achieves accountability,
like
equality,
were we not
and justice
were we
for
not
all.
there? Dude, listen, by the way,
America,
for the record,
is great, powerful, probably the greatest nation in recorded history. But America's complex. It's a complicated work in progress. For centuries, she has engaged in and enabled the mistreatment of countless people, from the slavery enshrined in this Constitution against Africans to the taking of land from Native Americans or the shameful support of dictators beyond our shores. But today we face an inflection point, a reckoning of whether we will stand up for the values we claim to cherish or if we will turn a blind eye to repeated violations of human rights. We cannot turn our backs now. We must recognize that this is an international struggle and stick by the words of Dr. King when he said injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere. I'm thankful for Dr. King and for the long list of great Americans who have
okay, but who's going to shit on Joe Biden? Can trust Hasan to ask the important questions?
Toward justice.
Well, I mean, one way out of this conflict is by directly fucking attacking the source that you were supposed to be moving to the left, as you claimed you were going to do when we fucking elected you as a representative. And that motherfucker straight up does not give a shit about Palestinians. Not convinced that he knows Palestinians exist as human beings. So kind of important for the Democratic caucus to literally fucking be like, hey, Joe Biden, if you are supposedly a progressive person, then perhaps you should, you know, back up the values that you supposedly espouse. Joe Biden. They should be saying, Joe Biden, you have 2 years. They should be saying, Joe Biden is Mohammed Khalaqin, full face of Kurdistan. And it's top of the hour, every hour, where there's a 60-second ad break. And the ad break is not 2 yil, not 1 yil, but only 60 seconds. And if you'd like to no longer see the ad, all you need to do is subscribe. You can do it for $5 or you can do it for free with a Twitch Prime. That transition was very good from Mohammed Khalaqin, full face of Kurdistan. Here is the ad break now. Get those Twitch Primes out or use a ad block VPN. Here is the ad break now. Joe Biden.
Speak. Yet Israel's disproportionate response to Hamas's attacks, destroying entire buildings and public spaces, is exacerbating this horrible cycle of violence. These airstrikes, which have already resulted in the deaths of civilians and at least 38 women and children, must stop. We need a ceasefire now, and the United States must help bring one about. Beyond stopping the immediate violence, the United States must also urge Israel to support the creation of a
Palestinian Joe Biden
state,
talked to the regional
the only
leaders.
way to end this cycle of violence for good.
And Netanyahu promised he would be swift with his cleansing.
And creeping de facto annexation is unjust and not sustainable. The forced eviction of Palestinian families in East Jerusalem are wrong. And it's not the first time that events like we saw last week in Sheikh Jarrah. Prime Minister Netanyahu's right-wing government. Can I get 30 more seconds?
I think if you can squeeze it out, because it's the end of our hour.
Sure.
Lin's time has expired.
I'll just wrap up by saying that I hope and pray for peace. I want to thank my colleague, Rashida Tlaib. I think part of what's been missing in this Congress is hearing from Palestinian voices. I yield back.
The gentleman's time has expired. Okay. Under the
I was
Speaker's
thought that the founding of
announced
Israel was something
policy
not
of
totally
January
negative
4th,
because I'm Jewish. However, the occupation and
2021,
murder
the chair
obviously have made me
recognizes
question
the
this, and now I'm
gentleman
not
from
sure whether I've been
Arizona,
lied
Mr.
to.
Schweikert, for 30 minutes.
So what do you think? Was the founding negative? I mean, it's always going to be negative when you bring in 300,000 people into an area where other people live and then, start fucking burning neighborhoods and shit, no matter what happens.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Tonight I'm going to.
But ultimately, it doesn't matter in my point of view, and people might get mad at me for this because, like, despite the fact that I advocate for a one-state solution, people get upset at me when I say that I do believe that Jewish people have a right to have a nation state, like the international Jewish diaspora deserves to have a nation state of its own. It's just that, like, you can't have a nation state, as I keep repeating myself over and over again, on the backs of Palestinian people by murdering and ethnically cleansing and displacing Palestinian people.
Of that, let's call it that $4.5 trillion over the next 10 years.
Let's hear what the Republicans have to say about this.
They claim to have about $3 trillion in tax increases coming to pay for it. The reality, and I'll hopefully be able to do this over the next couple of weeks as we try to get more details and work through it line by line, it also requires that you hit every mark on the revenue raised, that all sorts of programs expire, which is really unlikely around here, and also certain spending expires. It's just not real. So our top of the napkin math right now is, at best over the 10 years, it's a couple $1 trillion of new revenues. Well, one of the set of revenues it's being discussed is, well, let's tax the wealthy. Okay. Except when you walk through the math there, let's raise capital gains tax, let's raise basis, let's raise individuals' income tax, and also then you add in, let's raise taxes on corporations. Fine. But we're already starting to see the data coming in saying just going to the 28% on the corporate tax rate is 1 million jobs over the next 24 months. Okay, so the Democrat Party wipes out 1 million jobs and takes, I think it was a little less, like 119 billion or something off just the GDP from those 2 years. And you start to lay out, that's just the corporate income tax. Now start to do the capital gains, which the beauty of capital gains is it's risk-taking. It's the type of investment that makes the working poor less poor. It's the type of investment that takes risk that makes us more productive. Because you all remember your high school economics class. What are the two ways a worker gets paid more? Inflation, which means you got paid more, but it didn't get you anything, or productivity. And without that risk capital, you lose that productivity investment. So, if the Democrats really intend to spend that much money and really intend to keep driving up the debt and deficits the way they are, I want to make a modest proposal of where they could find some offsets. And I'm shocked this isn't discussed more around here. Instead of marching in and saying, we're going to tax rich people, even though much of that money actually goes to create jobs and investment.
Is he actually just talking about the deficit in regards to, like, Israel? Like, is that what he's doing? Like, or did they just, like, turn around and they're no longer talking about it? Like, leave it to a Republican to be like, guys, we can't be deficit. Or is he just talking about taxes now? Like, we changed topics, right?
Send you back the cash. I'm going to show you one board where individuals with multi-million-dollar houses on the beach then get dramatically subsidized flood insurance from the federal general fund. And over and over and over. If this is the path the Democrats intend to go, could they consider cutting spending?
No, I don't want to watch this. Okay, yeah, he's trying to defend austerity. Okay, he's trying to defend austerity measures. Here's the Colonial pipeline updates,
is
boys.
getting worse across the southeast.
We got more news
it should
still.
end soon. Drivers have been lining up at gas stations for days since a cyber attack shut down the main pipeline for the East Coast. Well, this morning, the Colonial pipeline is open again. Our lead national correspondent, David Begnaud, is outside a Colonial fuel facility in Woodbridge Township, New Jersey. David, good morning.
Good morning. We are right near the finish line, Vlad. It starts down in Houston, comes up all the way to New Jersey where we are. The fuel is coming. That is the announcement this morning. And boy, doesn't it sound good. Haven't we all seen how hackers can disrupt things, drive up the price of gas, cause panic at the pumps? Now that it's restarted, how long should it take to get back to normal? 3, maybe 5 days. But it's back up and running. All of that panic at the pump seemed to be reaching a tipping point at gas stations across the southeast.
It's like the toilet paper fiasco all over again.
According to Gas Buddy, North Carolina is getting hit the hardest. 74% of its stations are facing outages. Half of the stations are out in Georgia, and it's even higher in South Carolina and Virginia.
There is fuel available. It's just when everybody's buying it at the same time due to hysteria, then it creates gaps in the supply chain, and that's just what we're seeing here.
For now, it appears the impending crisis is nearing an end, although not a quick one.
The supply itself is not really at issue here.
Kent Moores is the executive chair of the Energy Capital Research Group.
These are going to be local inabilities to move supply to where the demand is when the demand hits. And that's going to take about 48 hours.
Colonial Pipeline has declined to say whether it paid a ransom to the hackers. In a statement, the company said safety was its primary focus and that it would conduct a comprehensive series of pipeline safety assessments. Former FBI Deputy Director and cybersecurity expert Sean Joyce says private companies need to work together with the federal government to combat future attacks.
And the private sector companies are really left to defend themselves. And on some of these sophisticated adversaries like nation states and organized crime groups, that is a very difficult proposition.
You know, yesterday the president signed an executive order to strengthen cybersecurity defenses in this country, but it does not include privately run infrastructure like oil and gas companies. And Gail, 80% of the energy infrastructure in this country is privately run. So you got to wonder how this executive order is going to make much of a difference at this point.
Yeah, very good question, David Begnaud. Thank you.
For more security, do you feel like, she has reasons for that?
I don't know why she needs security.
she shouldn't have a problem debating about her policy. Why would a member of Congress need security to debate with another member? That doesn't make sense.
Do you feel like your statements about, you know, what happened on January 6th are causing?
My queen. My absolute fucking queen. Holding up a Monster energy drink and everything, dude.
More concern for members and working together on the Hill?
No, I think their statements are causing more problems between members. They're accusing us of things that we never did.
Marjorie Taylor Queen, baby. That is some real girl boss gaslight energy, dude. It would have been better if she also had the Oakleys on. I know these are Oakleys as well, but like, you know what I'm talking about? Like the fucking cop Oakleys.
We were in the chamber when it happened. We're just as much a victim as anyone else.
But, you know, yeah, the way that you were approaching Congresswoman Ocasio-Cortez, that Speaker Pelosi
by talking
today.
to her.
So
she says screaming. You know what screaming is? Screaming is what people do when rockets are fired at them, like Hamas terrorists are firing into Israel. That's what people do. They scream when that happens. I was talking to AOC.
Isn't she like kind of anti-Semitic? Like she literally was talking about, you know, Jewish space lasers being responsible for California forest fires. Like, what the fuck do you care about Israel, dude? Like,
saying you need to debate me about the Green New Deal. That's her.
Also, does she not know about Monster energy drink and its satanic roots? It's crazy.
She should be able to defend it for the American people. She should. Why? You know, I would think everyone should be asking her why she can't defend her policy. And then she's on social media. She's defending terrorists. She's defending terrorist Hamas and supporting them. She also defends Antifa and BLM rioters. We have Ilhan Omar, Kamala Harris sharing the Minnesota Freedom Fund bail bond link, getting people out of prison after they committed crimes during these riots. These are the real questions that need to be asked, not of me for being willing to talk to members of Congress about these issues. See, that's bipartisanship, talking to one another, debating policy for the American people. That's what needs to happen. So, no, she doesn't need to file ethics violations or whatever she's doing. That's reacting like a child. Adults are able to debate policy.
Congresswoman, quickly on the flip side, some colleagues are defending the pro-rioters on January 6th as being peaceful and saying it was
I have said, look, I have said the entire time I was a victim of that as well. I was in the chamber when it happened. I have said the entire time it was horrible. It should have never happened. I do not condone violence. I want nothing to do with it. I've said it the entire time. So you guys need to make sure you set the record straight on that. Thank you.
But we're going to begin with this. Maybe this is not so exciting for some people. It's a group of Republican senators going to the White House later today to talk with President Biden about his nearly $2.3 trillion infrastructure plan. The president is trying to find common ground and support from those Republicans. Ed O'Keefe is at the White House with more on this story. Ed, we just told you about Tony. I know you're excited, too, but I know you want to talk about this. What's at stake in this meeting, Ed O'Keefe?
Way to sell it, Gail. Gosh, I mean, I like babies too, but this is important news because, and here's why, and we wish Tony and Katie all the best as we wait for that. Reason why this matters today, this meeting going on today, probably the most important in town because it's going to probably set the tone for whether or not Washington can work together, Democrats and Republicans, to get anything done on infrastructure in the next few months. It may also set the pace of the economic recovery. The president's set to meet with these 6 Republican senators responsible for spending, transportation, and infrastructure issues. They'll discuss the size and scope of an infrastructure deal and how to pay for it. The price tag's one of the biggest hurdles, and the president's already facing notable resistance from Republican governors over increased unemployment benefits. So far, at least 11 GOP governors are pulling out of a program Mr. Biden implemented that raised unemployment checks by $300 a week. The program is set to end in September, but unemployed workers in these 11 states will see their payments shrink as early as next month. That comes as as most economists say, Sorry about that. Sorry. That comes as most recent job numbers were surprisingly low. Just 266,000 jobs were added in April. Despite 8 million job openings, economists predicted the country would gain at least 1 million jobs.
I just want to point something out here. Imagine being a fucking Republican living in like Missouri, Nebraska, and like all of these other states that are just like immediately like, oh shit, like welfare is actually working. We can't do this. We need to make sure that you go back to like we need to make sure that you go back to those horrible fucking jobs for no pay instead of just asking, commerce to actually address the demands of the tight labor market. Like, imagine seeing how quickly they fucking take the money away from you without any hesitation whatsoever and still voting for Republicans. Like, you are so fucking stupid, dude. I'm sorry, dude. You're the shouts out to all the fucking homies that live in like Alabama, Missouri, Nebraska. Look, I'm sorry, but like the Republicans in your states are so fucking dumb. I don't even know if there's ever going to be a way to reach out to them. Like, they're such fucking gigantic morons, dude. So cucked. Like, hell yeah, brother. As long as you don't got no BLM attached to it, I don't give a fuck. Yeah, I'll go back to enslaving myself, brother. Yeah, I think I should be subjugated, brother. I fucking love enslaving away. Missouri is so right-leaning, apolitical in the average Joe's department that no one white and above poverty is even going to notice any of this.
Jobs. Some employers say they're having trouble hiring workers. Republicans say that's because of the unemployment money. It's discouraging people from returning to work.
Like, you see it. Like, they just openly say it. There is nothing better in this moment to recognize that, like, the conditions of your labor are dictated by your demise, dude. If you don't work, you fucking die. And if there is ever a system in which where you don't work and you survive, well, that's bad for commerce. So we're going to change it, dude. They should just straight up call it back to work peasants. The Back to Work Peasants Act will ensure that the American serfdom continues as all of the peasants go back to work, because otherwise, for the same prices and no additional benefits, no additional wage increases, despite the fact that it seemingly is a tight labor market. Fuck, man. I'm sorry if this comes out poorly, but conservative white people in America are cucked and stupid. I mean, it's just so cucked. Conservatives in general are so fucking stupid. Madison surprised the fascist supports fascism. Yeah, I mean, obviously. Liz Cheney, Fox News clip. I don't really care about Liz Cheney at all, to be honest, but here, I'll play it for you. Like, I think she's just, who gives a fuck?
But I continue to say it, though.
Like, she's a fucking loser. The Republican Party is they're such fucking cucks. They're such losers. Like, this is such a nothing burger of a story. Look at the troops moving in. It's fucking genocide. Well, it's unavailable, my friend. Yeah, I can't show. I don't know why the tweet is unavailable. What should be noted is that $3,600 can tilt the unemployment. Maybe they should realize it and help those down. IDF is carpet bombing civilian buildings now? Hold on, I'm like worried about. Jesus fucking Christ, dude. Here, look. Oh, don't fucking look away, dude. Look at this shit. Look. Yeah, that's what you get for your spawn point, boys. That's what you get. Listen, you're hard locked, dude. There's no soft lock. If your spawn point is Palestine, specifically Gaza, that's GG's, boys. Made in the USA bombs are gonna fucking fall on you. But hey, listen, you know, that's defensive, boys. You know, Israel has every right to be defensive by murdering civilians. Sorry, that's just the defensive thing to do. You know, when I'm doing defense, I like to do ethnic cleansing to do defense.
And
but
you
Brett,
should,
I continue
because
to say
you
it
believe
because
in principle.
But,
I get
but
it.
it's because
but for the
it's
people of
but
Wyoming
Brett,
who are
right.
electing a congressperson to fight for them and to fight against the Biden agenda, why wouldn't they say, is this the person that's going to get it done? That's what your colleagues are asking.
I'm going to answer the question. We all have an obligation, and I would say Fox News especially Fox News, has a particular obligation to make sure people know the election wasn't stolen. Fox News, Brett, I'm going to answer your question. Fox News needs to make sure that the American people,
Fox News, you have to
they
know
need to
that
make
this
sure
show has said
that the
numerous
American
times.
people, Brett, you're doing the interview. I'm answering the questions. We need to make sure that the American people recognize and understand that the election wasn't stolen, that we shouldn't perpetuate the big lie, and that there's real danger. You know, I've worked in countries around the world where we don't in the past. But I continue to say it, though, Brett.
And
Brett, I continue to say
you
it because
in principle. I get
but
it.
it's because
but for the people of Wyoming.
She's such a fucking lib, dude. I just like, ugh. Yeah, we get it. The election was stolen. Fucking move on. I mean, not stolen. Fucking move on. Oh my God, I can't believe I just said that. The truth came out, brothers. My grandmother made malmada for me and was literally fucking losing her shit that I didn't eat. Did I tell you guys that my grandma was like legitimately pissed yesterday that I didn't eat manta that she made me at 10 a.m. in the morning? Like, manta is like a heavy fucking, it's a heavy dinner food. So I was like, all right, make me some muhammada so I can put that in my you know, wraps, my chicken tendy wraps. So I'm making it up to her by eating the muhammada that she made. I mean, I'm kind of making up to her. I mean, this is like fucking delicious. Anyway.
White House, though, disagrees. We spoke with some economists who said there are other factors like vaccination rates, the lack of school openings.
I literally just spoke directly to Maher Hanania. He's asking us to continue to educate the American people around us. He works alongside the mayor of Ramallah. I'm sorry for spamming.
Of childcare that could be keeping people from going back to work. Economists acknowledge we're in some pretty unique economic times. That's why the White House wants to get this infrastructure deal done. It's also why Republicans say perhaps we should.
Wait, what's up with this? Are people mad at...
My question is, what is Dogecoin? I'm glad you asked. It's a good question. Well, it's the future of currency. It's an unstoppable financial vehicle that's going to take over the world. I get that, but what is it, man? I keep telling you, it's a cryptocurrency you can trade for conventional money. Oh, so it's a hustle. Yeah, it's a hustle.
It's a hustle. Welcome back to CBS This Morning. That was billionaire Elon Musk hosting Saturday Night Live and struggling to explain Dogecoin, the latest cryptocurrency craze. Musk has been a huge factor in the rising popularity of cryptocurrencies like Bitcoin. His car company Tesla bought about $1.5 billion worth of Bitcoin earlier this year. But yesterday, he sent the value of Bitcoin plunging with an announcement that Tesla will stop accepting the cryptocurrency in payment for cars. In a statement, Musk pointed to the increasing use of fossil fuels for Bitcoin mining and transactions. He said the use of Bitcoin, quote, cannot come at great cost to the environment. The environment, you say?
Yeah.
Let me explain.
I'm confused. I don't think it was a tangible thing.
So, you're right, it's not a tangible thing, but let me explain how this is all related to climate change. The answer is computers. Lots of them. Back in 2018, our Errol Barnett traveled to Washington State visiting one of those Bitcoin farms where the transactions take place. Here is part of his report.
Bro, I love this. This is the funniest thing that could have happened. Because, like, Bitcoin lovers and Elon Musk lovers go hand in hand because of his original support for Bitcoin. Like, cryptocurrency lovers are probably so bent right now that, like, Elon Musk is no longer saving the planet. Oh, they got to be so mad, especially because, like, this probably lowered the value of Bitcoin a little bit. It's simply based on confidence and therefore very volatile. Or did crypto people hate Elon already? Damn. Elon literally was just like, I need a GPU and I couldn't find one. So now fuck cryptocurrency. Can't do it, Elon.
Watt hair dryer. So there'll be 1,000 of those hair dryers in this pod.
These fans are operating 24/7 to cool endless rows of computer servers, each one feverishly working to mine cryptocurrency. This is how digital currency is made. Every time someone uses cryptocurrency to pay for something, it sets off a flurry of activity. Servers like these work to verify and process that transaction, each one racing to authenticate the exchange of digital money through complex calculations. For doing this work, the machines are rewarded with new cryptocurrency. This is what's called mining.
Now you see all the plugs, all the outlets. How much power does this facility use compared to like a typical building?
Well, so our pods use 1.5 megawatts. That's typically associated with like 600 homes.
So just this one facility is sucking up as much energy as 600.
No, 600. Right here in this space.
I mean, that's incredible when you think about it.
All right, let me do my John McLaughlin question.
Okay.
The value of Bitcoin was $6,500 when Errol did this report in 2018.
Oh, wow.
What is the value today?
It's a lot more.
Yeah.
It has jumped, get this, to 56,000 today.
Yeah.
Wow.
6,500 to 56,000. So 600 homes from just one of those buildings, and that was 3 years ago. We've been saying Bitcoin has exploded in value. The University of Cambridge estimates the amount of electricity used worldwide by Bitcoin miners is more than all of Sweden or Malaysia uses.
Yeah.
And with its value continuing to grow, a study from the University of Hawaii warns that if this continues, Bitcoin alone could raise the Earth's average temperature another 2 degrees in the next 20 years. Let that sink in.
That means they're going to need a lot more of those machines that Errol visited.
You need more server space.
These are anti-cryptocurrency liars. They're in the pocket of fiat currency.
Yes.
And that's what we want.
I mean, right?
Yeah, that's what we don't want. I mean, it's so confusing. It's never good when they say it's sucking up X fill in the blank, which is what Errol and that gentleman just said. So now Bitcoin is not good.
Damn. Imagine someone who's even more clueless than me talk about Bitcoin. Maine police claim these pro-Palestine chalk drawings are a hate crime. What? Free Palestine. Israel is killing innocent people. What's the hate crime? Dude, the American government is so dog shit, dude. I really fucking sometimes hate. I mean, anti-Semitic hate crimes do happen. Like where people draw swastikas in synagogues and shit, but like Saying Israel is doing ethnic cleansing is not a fucking hate crime, dude. It's more of a self-report if you consider that to be a hate crime. Israel clarifies that it is not sending ground troops in the Gaza Strip. However, Israeli ground forces are participating in striking targets. Oh, okay, good. Oh my God. Oh, thank God, dude. Oh, shit. So what they're saying is they're using tanks to mortar and shell from the fucking corners of the Gaza Strip. Why do you eat your dinner at 4:30 like a senior citizen? One, chatter is backseating my eating, as always. And two, I do what is known as intermittent fasting. And what intermittent fasting is I eat in a small anabolic window every day. It happens to start at 4:30. So I actually haven't eaten at all. Wholesome clip about you.
I still appreciate Hasan. You know, Hasan is a homie. He really is. The fact, like, think about when Hasan was on my show, you know? He knew the yay or nay thing was happening in his chat, and the fact that he went out, that shows me that he's a friend, you know? Like, a legit friend. He cares about my show and the integrity of it. And that meant a lot to me. I don't think he realized that when he did that. It meant a lot to me because I knew people were cheating already. And when Hasan came out and he's like, man, you know, by the way, Miz, I'm letting you know something. My chat was spamming yay or nay. I saw the answer. Just give me the... Dude, that's what it's all about. And that will go a billion times. It's like long term. That meant the world to me that Hasan did that. That was inspiring because I'm like, damn, thank you, man. The chat saw that. I saw that. The honesty that was part of that. It makes me want to do things with Hasan, you know, like every other girl wants to. It just was incredible. And I appreciate that a lot.
Oh,
I don't know.
That's nice.
It meant a lot.
It's weird when he says nice things, dude. It's odd to see Miskiff saying nice things, dude. The cheating drama is all over LSF. Yeah, well, I'm here to out myself, guys. I'm a cheater. Yeah. That's why I didn't know that the word for a nose hole is nostril, or how to take the average of 6 numbers, or the chemical compound for sodium, which I wrote and didn't realize was on my screen. The fucking nostril one's really the worst. I don't know which one's the worst. My nose hole is called Joseph. I'm a progressive Israeli and I'm mad that people are defending the idea of strikes in Gaza. Every Israeli who defends it is a total nutjob. The strikes in Gaza are inhumane and tons of innocents die. There's multiple ways to deal with conflict, not by bombing civilians. Unfortunately, we are a minority in Israel, but we exist and are protesting as hard as we can. Our far-right government. No, I know, my friend. I know. Just in, Twitch streamer Hasan Piker has officially rebranded as Hamas Piker after leaving the United States to join Hamas as their official Twitch correspondent. He also thanks President Erdogan for his strong leadership. What? Oh, it's satire. Okay. Jesus Christ. He also thanks President Erdogan for his strong leadership after it was revealed he has facilitated his travel. This is so stupid, dude. Yeah, HasanAbi. Dude, that's not me. It's Ludwig that joined Hamas, dude. Well, how did that meme start? Did that start in my chat or did he actually mention Hamas at some point? Or did someone actually like did he ever bring up Hamas at all? It started when he joined Hamas. Ludwig Ogren, more like Ludwig Airstrike. Okay, so when I was talking about birthright, I don't know why I said birthright. When I was talking about birthright, someone in my chat said Ludwig went on birthright and was so compelled that he tried joining Hamas. But the way that they wrote it made it seem like it was, yeah, I don't know how to describe it. Like the way that person wrote it made it seem like he like honestly had either talked about it or something. I don't know why. What? Ludwig joins. This is it. Here, look. Wait, how the fuck did you find this? It's got 90 fucking views on it. Ludwig did a birthright trip. Quite interesting story. He considered joining Hamas. Like the way he said it made me feel like maybe he did like a vlog or something. Dude, imagine fucking Ludwig's vlog. Like, mogul moves. Arming and facilitating Palestinian liberation. Gone sexual. IRL streaming. Like, what? Ludwig's not even Jewish. What the fuck? Is he even Jewish? What the fuck are you talking about? That's such a funny comment, dude. I'm sorry. Funny story. Ludwig did a birthright trip and considered joining Hamas. The whitest motherfucker on the planet, too. Like, Ludwig Ogren, dude. I thought they were French. Maybe they're French Jew? I don't know. I didn't know that. Oh, every 10 subs, I send another rocket towards the Iron Dome, boys. Stop. Stop, dude. Okay. All right. That's fucked up. Oh, I don't think that is funny at all, dude. Okay. Yeah. True life, how I accidentally joined Hamas. Jesus Christ, dude. Oh, this is not funny. If you sub, he writes your name. Okay, stop. Oh, Jesus Christ.